Yo! Welcome everybody! Welcome. How you doing, chat? Before we get into today's content, I'm just gonna take a second and welcome everybody into my chat room. Welcome! Chat room. How you doing, Rogue Legend? How you doing, Humora? What up, Binge? What up, Void? Rogue Legend, another random person. What up, Rocket? Ryder Jr. Not your average Gibby, Christopher H. Good to see you, Spectre. Flaming Abyss. David. Praying Mantis. DK Koala had some amazing pizza last night. Thank you for asking. Luca Green. Gerwin, I'm sorry. Humora. Caustic. I don't like sand either, bud. Big Bird Man. Timothy. Techno Freak. Vapor Gauge. Timothy Powell. Welcome. Sneaky Ninja. Senpai. Caesar. Alex Young. Synthetic Nightmare. What up, Seif? Settles. Mikey. Ampollas. Flaming Abyss. Good to see you, Infinite Phoenix. Thank you guys so much for being here. What up, Ad Boss Killer? Welcome to the stream, everybody. All right, welcome. I'm going to give you guys a rundown of today's game plan. Today is a different day. Today we're going to do some content. We're going to be making content, possibly a video if it goes well. We'll see. Nonetheless, I'm going to give you guys my all, and we're going to do something different today. If you guys didn't read the title, maybe you guys just clicked on the notification right away, didn't look at the title at all. We're doing a mother effing tier list, chat. A tier list. What is that? We're ranking all of the legends on Apex Legends based on tiers. We're doing a casual 5-tier list. I was considering doing a 6-tier, but in my evaluation, there was no F-tier legends, so we did not need an F-tier here. Apex Legends is very balanced, and there was no legends that I would call F-tier. Let me go, before I go into what each of the tiers mean, how are we going to do our criteria? I just wanted to also let you guys know what the game plan is, because we're not only ranking the legends, but we're going to play with them all live, one at a time. We're going to be selecting the legend that we rank. We're going to play a game with that legend. We're going to be discussing that legend, the pros, the cons, how it ranks against the criteria that we're going to be discussing. And then we're going to go one at a time through all of the legends. Once we have all the legends ranked, that is the completion of the live stream. I hope you guys are excited. I'm very excited. I hope you guys are ready. If you guys do enjoy this stream, don't forget to drop a like, subscribe if you guys are new here. I am very excited. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Ziatica? How you doing? Welcome, everybody. What up, Gaming Magic? How you doing, Plant? What's up, Smelly Feet? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Chocha Loco? Good to see you, Space Art. How you doing, Sevi? Can you do Octane first? So right now, this is how the list looks. In this order. I can maybe mix it up a little bit if I want, but this is how the order looks right now. And you know, I can just mix it up. I can change it if I want. We don't have to go by the rules here. We make the rules. We make the rules, not this list. All right, so let me discuss everything really quickly with their next song. All right, guys, this is how we're going to be breaking it down. S tier is clearly the best. S tier legends, in my definition, are going to be legends that are going to be across the board the best legends in the game. We have a lot of criteria. Actually, before we go into this, you know what? I'm doing it all backwards. Let's go into our criteria. How are we going to be ranking these legends, chat? What are we going to be looking for? Well, I have some abilities here. We're going to be ranking these abilities, chat. What's up, chat? I want to be able to read you. Good to see you, Mike. Welcome, guys. All right, so how are we ranking these abilities, chat? Well, we're going to be ranking on 3 main areas. Use in combat, also known as killing people. Use in survival, also known as winning the game. And then usability. So used in combat, a couple examples is how well is it positional, like how the abilities work positionally. How do they work in an aggressive gameplay? How do they work with a defensive style of combat? How is the escapability of that legend? How does it boost the team, etc.? Stuff like that in combat use. We're going to be ranking that as one of the criteria. But not only is that important, we're going to be also looking at survival. I know that a lot of tier lists kind of forget about other, you know, they kind of forget about ranked. They kind of forget about all aspects of the game. They look at very narrow-minded. They go, is this guy a pub stomper? No, we're going to be doing a very dissecting live stream here, breaking down every legend and the abilities. We're going to give up my deep thoughts. We can, oh, I forgot about the pizza making skills. We got to add that ability, pizza making skills. That's important. So we're going to be doing this use in combat, positional. Okay, so use in survival. How is the looting, hitbox, and health? Positional, like that's a different version of positional. This is a combat positional. This is like positional in the map. Where does it help? For example, Watson would be one. How does it work with the team? Stuff like that. This is going to be a little more ranked style. This is going to be a little more pub style. So they're both important. We're going to be ranking them together as a whole. But not only are these important, I think usability is very important too. I think that the difficulty to use, even though it's not an important one, we're going to have this as a, what's it called? Even though this is not an important one, difficulty to use is something that I find important. We're going to be looking at things at a top tier, but if it's very hard to use legend, something that's very easy to use, that is something that I'm going to take into consideration. The endurability factor of the ranking ability. So like, is that legend fun to play? How fun to play? I think a fun legend to play is very important. James FMC with the $4.20 donation. Thank you so much, my man. James FMC, can we get a lot of love in the chat for my man? Let's get a lot of love in the chat. This is hard to get my right tabs. All right, there we go. These are the tabs. How situational is the legend? And then the matchup considerations. How does it match up against the other legends? We're going to be doing all that. We're also going to be playing with each legend as we discuss these things. And then we're going to be ranking them on this tier list, starting with the first legend. But before we get into that, I want to get caught up in chat for a real second. What's up, chat? Thank you so much, James. What's up, Chizzy Milk? How you doing, Jordy? What's up, Jordan? What up, Abraham? Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What up, Slick Daddy? How you doing, guys? What up, Luca? Welcome to the stream today, everybody. I love it how it's not letting me scroll up. Look at this, look at this. It's like, no, you can't scroll up. You can only look at the bottom. You can only look at the bottom. What is this? I'm gonna close it and reopen it. Technology loves me. All right, I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited. This is going to be a fun live stream, a very fun live stream. All right, so let's once again go into the legends. Okay, so we're going to be ranking all the legends on this criteria. Every legend is going to have its own thoughts, and I'm going to be telling you guys my original ideas on each legend. I also want to say, I'm going to be doing something that a lot of other people are afraid to do because it requires thought and ideas and originality. I'm going to be telling you how to fix every single legend that is not A tier, because an idea world has every legend on the same tier. We'll call it A tier. Every legend should be on A tier. An A tier legend is a very balanced legend that is good in all scenarios. An A tier legend is going to be an always good pick no matter what. It's not going to have too much downside, And it's a very balanced legend with the game. An S tier legend is a legend that is a little bit overpowered almost. It's the best of the best. A legend that is always going to be better than nearly every other legend in the game. And there's a lot of considerations. It has to be always better in the hands of people. It needs to be very dominant in ranked, pubs, in all scenarios. And these are usually the legends that are first to get nerfs. No developer wants their game to have a bunch of legends up here. And every time there has been legends up here, for example, Wraith for the longest time was an S tier legend. But is she now an A tier legend, or is she maybe a D tier legend, or is she still an S tier legend? We're going to be discussing that. But first, I just want you guys to understand how the rankings work. B tier legends doesn't mean that they're bad legends, but that doesn't, they're not going to be useful in all scenarios. Why doesn't that music want to stay up? Very sad. Welcome guys, welcome. What up, Acrophilia? Welcome to this stream. All right, so C tier legends are going to be a little bit underwhelming. They're not going to be the best pick. They're going to be a little more situational. They're not going to meet all of the criteria that we have listed here. So they're going to have holes in their criteria. And then a D tier legend is legends that are just kind of underwhelming, kind of bad, not unusable. They're going to have strengths, but they're going to have a lot of weaknesses too. An F tier legend would be a legend that is almost like a handicap to play. An F tier legend would be like, wow, you got killed by that legend? That's just straight embarrassing. Fortunately for this game, there is no F tier legends in my opinions. There's no legends that if you died by, you're just like, oh my God, I can't believe you died by that legend. Currently, I don't think there's been any F tier legends. Maybe ever. Maybe with the launch of some of the newer ones, you could call them F tier. But debatably, I wouldn't call any of the legends in this game F tier. So we're gonna start with our first legend here. We have Bangalore. Bangalore, all right. All right, let's play with Bangalore and discuss. Let's play and discuss. Yo, good to see you, Slim Raven. All right, I honestly should have a teammate here so that I don't have someone stealing my team. Any Slim, are you on to help me out? Are you on by chance? I won't be able to hear you. Would you like to help me out though? Bowman is getting engaged tomorrow? What? What do you mean he's getting engaged tomorrow? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? All right, I guess I could just wing it. Just wing it. Just wing it. All right, are you guys ready for this? Sure, I can join in like 3 minutes. Okay, okay, so we're just gonna go for it now. Hope you guys are ready, chat. All right, Bangalore is first. All right, so Bangalore. If you would have asked me how Bangalore has been since the beginning of the game, I would have to say it's been very unanimous. Bangalore has probably been one of the easiest balanced legends from the beginning of the game. In fact, I think when the very first game came out, Bangalore was at the best state at that time. I think they got a very unnecessary nerf to her passive. But her kit has not had much changes. Out of all the legends over the years, Bangalore has not changed much at all. Bangalore has been steady, an A tier legend every season. But we're in season 8 now. Is Bangalore still an A tier legend? Well, let's discuss. I'm not sure if she is. I think that when you compare her to some of the other legends in the meta right now, where she places, I feel like she's so close from being just perfect still. But at the end of the day, I don't know. Let's think about it. She has great, let's open up our criteria real quick. So we're gonna look at some of this stuff. How is she in combat? How is her survivability? And how is her usability? So let's take that into consideration. As you guys know, her kit is just so awesome with the smokes, with her ult. She's great at positional. So really, right off the bat, as far as positional goes, she's killing it. She's killing it as positional. She even has a little bit of a speed boost, so she has escapability. She has teamwork. In the combat category, she's definitely up there. Is she the best in any of those? No, I wouldn't say she's the best, but she has so much versatility and so much like roundness in her abilities and what she does. Honestly, I think that it'd be hard to say that she's anything lower than a B tier legend. So right now, I have her narrowed down to an A or a B tier legend. She's not an S tier legend. She's never really been an S tier legend. She's just been so perfectly balanced. She's been an A tier legend for so long, but with the recent additions to some of the other legends and some of their buffs, it is questionable. Is she still maintaining that A tier status? All right, let's get some kills. Let's go shoot somebody. All right. As you know, she grows out a third arm to shoot smokes. Bangalore's third arm is very useful. You could actually be smoking while in combat in a lot of different scenarios that you wouldn't think that you could just pull out a third arm and use, but hey, Bangalore is just goated like that. Her escapability is really good. You could throw down a smoke. She has a passive that's very powerful, giving her a speed boost. She can't really hold an area as well if she doesn't have an ult, but that's okay. Okay.
Arcstar out. Throwing thermite.
Okay. So they're pretty brave. They're pretty brave. We've got some brave people over here making brave plays. You know what I want to do? Ignore them now. That's what I want to do. You know what? I'm going to take that. I like the wingman. Call me crazy. Yo, Michael M with the $2 donation. Can you do a poll when you start each legend? Maybe. We could try. Let me see. Let me try to set it up and see how it looks. After I give my ratings, we could maybe do that at the end. Or we could try to do it. I think that's not a bad idea.
Ring's closing soon.
Not a bad idea. I'm gonna try to work that in somehow. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best, easiest way to do so. Okay, so a couple more things about Bangalore.
45 seconds.
She's definitely such a versatile legend that no matter what your playstyle is, you can almost play well with her. So she has very good usability. Versatile, not too hard to use, understanding. Got the smokes and stuff like that. Like, I didn't think that that smoke was actually gonna do anything, but you know. Would have been amazing.
Giving him the chimney. Heads up. Dropping the pain.
All right.
My shields of recharge.
Yo, thank you for the sub, DJ Kit. So positionally, I put down that. I pushed him back. I know that I'm not in the world's best spot, and I kind of just want to reposition. One thing about Bangalore is that she doesn't have any like quick areas to get high ground, which isn't a problem whenever you have smoke grenades and a boost in speed, but you know. What up, new master? Good to see you, man. We're on our first legend right now. So like I said, Bangalore, every season so far, I would have probably rated her an A tier legend. But the big question, like I said, is she still an A tier legend in season 8? Ow, that's not good. It's definitely on me.
Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
Okay, that's on me. But I'm dead. It's okay.
For me, I mean. For you, not so much.
That was a little bit on me. That was a little bit on me. But that was our game with Bangalore. So let's rate Bangalore. Let's put her on the tier list. All right. So I'm going to give you guys a chance to rate each legend as well, I guess. So like I said, every season up until this point, I think I would have rated her a solid A tier. Currently though, with her current abilities and how everyone's gotten a lot of love besides her, I would firmly put her near the top, if not the top, of B tier. I know that's controversial. I know that that might not be agreed by everyone, but here's why. I think that she could easily go back to A tier. Maybe all you had to do is give her a small tweak, no rework of her abilities at all, just maybe a small tweak to her passive, bringing it back to that once mighty 30% instead of 20%. Just a small change to put her back to where she was on the launch of the game, I think could put her back into A tier. But because of some of the matchups and the matchups of the legends, I would have to put her on B tier. Now, like I said, she's super versatile. She checks off all of the boxes here. She definitely checks off a lot of the boxes here. However, over the seasons, players have learned how to counter her a lot better. And that's again in the matchup considerations and how situational she is. Endurability, I find her to get, she is a fun legend to use at times, but I find it not to be the case for everybody. I don't think everybody will find her to be the most enjoyable legend to play. And overall, I think she's at the top of B. So let's see what chat says. Let's see how chat would rank Bangalore. I can only have 4 options. So I'm just going to put... I'm going to put these 4. Because she's clearly not a D tier. Clearly not a D tier. So you think she's boring? She can be boring. I have 642 kills with her, and I kind of got bored with her very quickly. Bloodhound is next, yes. All right, Bloodhound. I'll let the poll go for a second before we close it. So let's go to Bloodhound. Let me invite Slim Raven. He's not going to be able to hear me. Actually, I want to go to a party by myself because if not, he's going to complain immediately of the static. Until I get my broken chat link cable fixed, I can't have anybody in my party. All right, perfect. All right, so our next legend is Bloodhound. Very exciting, Bloodhound, guys, Bloodhound. So how would I rank Bloodhound? Bloodhound is a very interesting legend. Let's get into the game before we start talking about Bloodhound. All right, I'm going to close the poll. And everybody for Bangalore said 60% B, 25% said A, 10% said C, and 4% said S. So we are very much in agreement. Very much in agreement on this choice. Maybe I articulated my case very well. Nonetheless, I put her at B as well. Top of B. So close from A. Just honestly bringing her back to where she was at the launch of the game is maybe all they need. She's probably the most balanced legend out of the start of the game. So now that we're moving on to Bloodhound. Bloodhound is a legend that in the quite opposite way, when the game launched, Bloodhound was kind of worthless. Bloodhound was not good. And this became apparent very quickly because every season for about 8 seasons, he found buff after buff after buff after buff after buff after buff. In fact, he got so many buffs that he went from being maybe a D tier legend to one of the top tier legends in the game. How good is he though? It is surprising how much love he's gotten. He's such a versatile legend. He has high mobility. And let's go to the criteria real quick. So, as far as the criteria goes, how is his combat positional? Well, he has that very good ultimate that allows him to be faster. So, right off the back, positional and aggressive. He's a very good in combat situations. Once you have his ult, of course. Now, that is situational. You're not always going to have your ult. And that will bring that down a little bit, as if it was like his tactical, he could do it all the time. He's not going to be able to do it quite as often, but with some of the love, he's able to do it very frequently. Bloodhound in general is like, I don't know, one of the best legends to use because, well, first you have this ability. And I just scanned this entire area. I know I'm kind of safe. There's people in the distance, but right now I have a second to loot up. I don't have to worry. You can grab this. I have a purple shield. And I'm almost back to having my scan again. That constant scanning, plus when you have your ult, you're literally able to constant scan, is just super powerful. And that's going to be useful in rank scenarios. That's going to be useful in pushing aggressive fights, trying to get high kill games. Plus with his passive that he gets to track down other legends.
Ah, that's out of this world.
All Father, give me sight.
All right. So we know that there's somebody over here, so we're going to go push him. All right. It was very useful having that scan there because I wasn't sure exactly where he was. I don't have my super good headset right now, using a borrowed headset. So that scan came very useful because I wasn't sure how far I had to like position. And just like that, I knew. Very powerful. Also very easy to use. As I said about usability, Bloodhound's a very usable legend. You don't need to be a pro gamer to understand press L1 face direction. And you definitely don't need to be a pro to know how many and where they are. Which will make a lot of legends easier. So that's going to help your teammates a lot. All right. Besides the frame drop there, that was pretty good. He didn't have a chance. Okay.
Careful. Blast and open this.
Yo, what up, Fuzzy? How you doing? Shake me down.
Barrels extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
10 seconds. The ring is
Okay.
close.
Any light rounds? No? So, what are the downsides of Bloodhound, though? Well, if you don't have your ult, he doesn't have the most escapability. However, because of your superior knowledge of where the enemies are and positional, that shouldn't be as much of a problem. For example, like a legend like Fuse, where you're kind of just going to be running in blind. Plus, you have your ult, that if you may be using ultimate accelerants, that you can take advantage. Like right now, I'm going to use my ult. I'm going to have my scan here in a second. I'm going to go ahead and scan. I have complete knowledge of where they go. We have this dude in the sky. Okay. All right. I got disoriented for a second because of all the red. All right, we can scan again already. Moving quickly. Superior vision. All right, look at that. Look at that. And all right. I need light ammo, which I can't seem to find.
need light ammo.
Light ammo.
Thank you. Does this have any? No. Alright, so where would we rank Bloodhound though? I would have to say, arguably, it'd be hard to put Bloodhound anywhere but A or S tier. To put Bloodhound in B tier would be incorrect for the reasons that I gave of how versatile they are, how strong they are, how usable they are, how much teamwork they provide, how situational they have, how good they are in combat, in ranked play. All these versatilities, you have to put either an A or S tier. And that's my opinion. Any ranking currently in Season 8 with what we have now, with the current state of Bloodhound, I would have to say is wrong. You could argue A, and you can argue C. I mean, that's the S. You could argue A or you could argue S. Obviously not C. Because that would skip B, the insulting one. Let's carry an alt accelerant.
That away. Enemy there. We're shooting.
My aim is so bad right there.
Recharging my shields.
Reloading.
Thanks for doing this live. I got you, low maintenance.
How about a wee pick me up?
Okay.
Marking our surroundings.
Ow, ow, ow. Okay, there's two guys in there. Man, I'm gonna die.
Taking a moment to heal.
I'm scared as hell.
Reload. He went straight down. Anyone need a pick me up? Shields recharging. Healing up.
I hate how it says to ping that. Alright, we got two hostiles detected.
Charging my shields.
I almost have my ult already. Damn it.
Bouncer bombs this way.
Battling the enemy.
Looking for loot here.
Alright, I'm gonna heal up and I'm gonna use my ult.
Shields recharging.
Okay.
Recharging my shields.
Can't wait to get to Mirage and talk about how that buff to footsteps actually made a difference. Alright.
I bathe in the blue.
I blade in the blues.
Marking our surroundings.
See a stroll this way.
The fight is not even. Multiple squads attack.
The fight is not even.
We've got another squad.
Alright, I want to push him.
Maximum average tip 10 goals. Halo and how the games go.
Just keep scanning them.
And up. Recharging my shields.
Hostile.
Okay.
Well, I can't wait.
Bless me with sight.
This way. You can? The shield's recharging.
Alright, so now there's no one over here. I'm over here doing circles for no reason. Very fast. Just so fast. All the time.
Me and you are down.
I downed a hostile.
Stumpsy right here.
You're just gonna keep doing the same little move. Because it's working really well. Ah, what? What? Okay.
By Gibraltar.
I don't understand. I thought... I messed up, I guess? Okay, I was wrong. That What happened? Was there not a giant rock that I was using perfectively through cover? Okay. We messed up, I guess. I don't know how I died. I guess he had a peek that I didn't quite understand. I would love to see a kill cam because my brain doesn't understand. I thought I had cover. I thought I was behind a rock. I thought I was using that rock to great prevail. Yet he popped 2 shots like it was nothing. What the hell was that? Okay, so let's rank our new legend, chat. Let's rank our legend. Let's rank our legend. So, Bloodhound. We talked a lot about how he's really hitting all the criteria. Now, how do we rank Bloodhound? First, let's do a poll. Let me set the poll up. Let me set the poll up so you guys can vote. Bloodhound. Bluth Hunter. Okay. S, A, B, and C. I agree. This time we cannot have a D tier again because there's no one going to be correct if you put Bloodhound in D tier. In my opinion. I can only have 4 options though. How you doing, Ronnie? You could, if you want it to do D tier, you can also just vote C and we'll get what you mean. All right. So how am I going to rate Bluth Hunter? Now, part of me thinks S tier. So strong. But another part of me thinks top of A tier. And this is why. He's so balanced right now that I wouldn't want a nerf of any variety. In almost every S tier legend, you can argue for a strong nerf, saying they're overpowered. But A tier legends, you really shouldn't be making that case. They're really strong, but they're perfectly balanced. Is he the top of A tier though? Part of me thinks he might be. But then again, part of me thinks he might be at the bottom of S tier. He's definitely either the top of A tier or the bottom of S tier, in my opinion. Let's see what chat's saying. Chat is saying they're pretty split. Wow. That's pretty crazy. That's actually pretty crazy. So I know that I'm immediately going to shake the world because I can see you guys are voting S tier. But I am going to give Bloodhound the top spot of A tier. And this is why. For me to vote an S legend to have S tier, I would want them to be good in every scenario. And then also, they're probably going to have nerfs incoming. I don't think that they should touch Bloodhound. I think Bloodhound is in the best state Bloodhound has ever been. He's very powerful. Or she. I know that Bloodhound is binary. I call everybody he. So do not be offended. Bloodhound is, in my opinion, the top of A tier. And the reason is that the balance of it is perfect. I wouldn't want them to change a thing. If they changed anything to make it stronger, they would be an S tier legend. And they could maybe nerf him a little bit, but I don't think it's necessary. I think he's at the absolute top of A tier. One of the best legend choices that you can pick. And don't get me wrong. You guys might not agree, but I am not going to be putting a lot of legends in S tier. S tier is not going to be a lot of legends. So some of you guys might be surprised until you see how the rest of these rankings shake out. All right. Continuing on to the next legend, which is actually Caustic. Caustic is the next legend. Caustic is the next legend. Okay. Let's see what chat said. Let's see how chat voted. It's funny. I voted him A tier, and now it switched from S tier to A tier. Am I like changing your vote? Am I influencing you guys? I feel like I'm influencing you guys. All right, I'm gonna end the poll. So that is the conclusion of Bloodhound. I'm gonna give him the top of A. Went all the way from D to top of A. Yo, I see we got a $10 donation from Maximum Average. Thank you so much for the 10 big ones, Maximum. I really appreciate that, my man. I'm definitely going to be a little distracted today. Thank you so much for that. Can we get a lot of love in the chat for Maximum? And if you guys haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. And Slim, if you could hear me, if you could ready up, I am rating on ES. All right. Caustic. Pulling up our criteria once more. So how does combat use in combat? I mean, how does Caustic use in combat? How does Caustic use in survival? Usability. So Caustic is an interesting one. Caustic is going to be one that maybe some of you guys are going to disagree with me. I don't play Caustic a lot. That does not mean Caustic is not good. In fact, I think Caustic is easily one of the most underrated legends in this game. A lot of people will think Caustic is bad until you get to like ranked and you get to the end game and then you start to realize that maybe Caustic isn't too bad. Caustic is really good. Caustic's a really annoying legend to play. Caustic is frustrating. When you're fighting a Caustic, oh, that can be tough. Because of this, that means he's good. Think about it. No legend that you dislike playing is going to be bad. Playing against, rather. No legend that you dislike playing against have played bad. What's up, Fluffy? Caustic is such a good legend in a lot of ways. I think that some of the areas that people don't consider Caustic is his defensibility is obvious, right? I'm gonna put some barrels down, I'm gonna hold the barrels. Something a lot of people don't consider is his offensive capabilities. He has offensive capabilities. Because of the way his barrels operate and how he can have multiple on the field, he's able to cover flanks as he goes. Covering a flank is actually going to be super valuable when you're being aggressive. And then you might argue, okay, well, he doesn't have the most escapability in the game. And this is true. He might knock a point in his escapability slash positional category. He, you know, there's more positional legends. There's legends that just do that better. However, that doesn't mean he doesn't do anything in it. You can use your barrels to cover a flank, and then you can retreat through your barrels and then shoot them, which provides you with defensibility. You have your ultimate, which that you can throw down in a moment of panic. So if you have your ultimate, you can throw that down. Plus, you don't really need as much escapability when you have the most overpowered ability in the game called Fortified. You really don't need anything if you have Fortified as far as escapability goes because of how powerful it is and how often it'll save you whenever you're just doing raw face-to-face gunfights. So in combat, he's going to be very powerful. In survival, he's already really powerful. So already he's a top-tier legend in both of those categories. Some bad aim. So I'm going to throw that down just in case. I'm going to throw that over there. What? I didn't know that was gonna happen.
Medical aid. Breathe it in. You are fortunate we are on the same.
You can use his ult in moments like this to get a res. Very good, very good. could have played that fight much better. I just messed it up completely. I got much better guns already. Very cool.
Recharging shields.
10 seconds, Pierce. The ring's well, close.
Another variable for the lab rats. Recharging shields.
As you see, you can use the barrels to take position even in a fight, which is very aggressive.
The trap is set.
For some reason, I was thinking that would bounce off of that, but I didn't throw it far enough.
Fast yourself. Here's a
And honestly,
Squad has been
maybe Fortified saved my life there, you know? It's hard to tell sometimes. Maybe Fortified saved my life.
eyes to the skies. A care package.
You can counter Caustic with Fuse. Caustic does have a bit of
Evo shield here.
match up
Recharging my
counters. In fact, you can not only counter Caustic with Fuse, which isn't going to be as effective as countering him with another Caustic, of course, which makes him countered by himself, which makes him picked to counter himself, which is a very interesting dynamic. A very interesting dynamic. Oh my god, is Robo about to get Caustic S tier? Bites nails. I mean, I don't play Caustic enough, for sure. Because I understand how to use his abilities very effectively. Using his abilities very aggressively is something that I don't see a lot of people do enough of in this game. Too many people camping with Caustic, not playing to his fullest potential.
fancy a wee stroll this way.
We're doing a tier list of all the legends, Savage. We're going one by one through all the legends. Okay, kind of had bad aim there.
Getting shot at.
As you see, that's a very defensive move. He's like blinded a little bit. I didn't hear that guy, but you know, all good. He just probably fell down on me. Good job, good job.
on your feet, darling. Plenty of fight left in you.
As you see, man, these barrels are effective in on so many situations. Sure, I'm dead now, but it didn't have anything to do with the barrel.
Healing wounds.
What's up, Preston? Are you switching every map? Yep, we're playing with the legend, discussing that legend, and then ranking every legend in the game.
Shall we head this
You know what? I want a Phoenix. Yeah. Oh my god, I don't need all those.
Reckon we should head here.
Yeah, let's go here. I want up. Can I come up? Let me up. Let me up. I want up.
Up and away, you team.
Up I went. What up, Small? How you doing, Raven? Go get a barrel. It's okay. It's not really worth all the time to go find a barrel mod. I know how to aim just fine. I don't really need assistance. All right, so let's talk a little bit more of the criteria. How easy is Caustic to use? You know, there is some skill that takes to using the barrels to the fullest ability. Maybe not the easiest legend to get the full use out of, but at an early beginner level, he's still strong because of the fortified and because you can play him very campy. You can hold down buildings very effectively, and it's easier to be very defensive in those scenarios. You missed a barrel mod. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of discussing. It's just, you know, looting every little thing is just not priority right now. So, I love the 30-30 right now.
The trap is set. Data soon to follow.
So I don't think that Caustic is an easy legend to use, but like I said, he has that ability to be used effectively at an early level while you practice him and get better with him. I think that I do well with him because I understand certain concepts about flanking, and I'm just very observant of how other Caustics can be very effective when playing against me. And I know what strategies work best that I don't like to fight. And just constantly laying down a barrel. If you have 3 barrels, you should just be throwing one always. Just covering a flank. Like right now, covering a flank. Just constantly doing that. Especially if you're moving around. Like if you're camping an area, maybe you want to have 6 strategic barrels, but oh my god. Okay. Fortified saved my life again. How you doing, Sarah Thompson? Felt weird. Felt weird. Fortified saved me once again.
Reloading. I'm using a Phoenix kit.
The ring isn't very far.
I'm gonna be able to play aggressive and passive at the spot while I heal. No left audio.
Let's just our orbits that way.
Okay, fine, fine. These guys are all like cracked.
10 seconds remain. The ring is placing an independent variable. Recharging shields.
Fortified is so strong.
Warning. Root movement in progress.
The ring's closed and we ain't in it. So
Another variable.
Putting a lot of barrels down because I know that these barrels are going to be very useful in this tunnel right now, as everyone's going to want to push through it. Slowing people down and
fancy a stroll this way. We've got a
possibly
bad guy
messing them up a little bit on the path. Sounds soft.
Eyes to the sky.
Probably the chat link cable going out. I have a new one in the mail coming today is the due date.
How about a wee pick-me-up? Shields defending here.
Round 3.
Reloading.
Beginning ring countdown.
Beware. I've added a variable.
I'm going to go to the other side.
Shields recharging.
Look, I got both sides flanked already,
Reloading. That kill signal.
which is going to be very useful in third parties.
Replicator entering orbit, dears.
Very useful in third parties.
Shields. My vision is clear.
Why did I shoot that?
Just a tick. Healing up.
Got a lot of heals for no reason. Got a lot of heals.
I suspect we will find something here.
Yo, what up, Banjo?
Placing an independent.
Alright, so what else about Caustic do I have to add? Honestly, I think we've thoroughly discussed Caustic. He has a lot of good matchups, very strong legend.
To watch there.
So where am I gonna place him? Is he a B tier? Is he an A tier or an S tier? Honestly, he's another legend that I'd have to either say is going to be an A tier or an S tier. It's hard for me to put him in S tier, but he doesn't really have a lot of holes in his kit. Very complete legend. So let's think about it a little bit. Where am I gonna rank him? Where am I gonna rank him?
Dabby dozy, if I do say so myself.
Well, let's think about some negative side effects real quick. I haven't even discussed his negative side effects. Well, he did get a buff recently that teammates can see better in the caustic gas.
Packages likely shift the delta in our favor.
If that ever changes and goes back, automatically he would lose an entire ranking just off that alone. It'd be so impactful. Whoa, 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 whoa. That would be just so impactful, to be honest. But he still does have some difficulties working with teammates in the smoke, so you have to understand how to work in caustic gas.
Round 4.
I think we could all use a pick-me-up.
I think I just missed what I was aiming for. Yeah. I was aiming for that pole and I missed it.
Reloading.
He could really throw those suckers, can't he?
Leaving a gas trap behind.
Heal it up. Shields recharging.
Oh, what? Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna chill. He also has a large hitbox. I like it what James says, can countered by other caustic in open areas. Yes, when we talk about matchups, we talked about how caustic's greatest weakness is another caustic, which makes him secured in the pick. Because a caustic is countered by a caustic, you can't point him for that matchup.
Bunch of beasties up in here. Shall we head back?
Oh my god. Bro, why are they double teaming me? Dog, that guy up there only cares about me.
Recharging shields.
Terrify yourself. Here's a pick-me-up.
Reloading. Placing gas trap. Using a Phoenix kit.
Being shot at.
Slim's over there kicking ass.
Reloading. 10 seconds.
Good job, Slim.
Enemy downed. Enemy removed.
Another variable for the lab.
Warning. Loop closing.
The right. Just need a wee pick-me-up.
Oh man, he's going crazy.
That was the last one. Oh, we're in the top 3 squads.
He's going crazy. He's going crazy. I can't climb with him apparently. Alright.
I have a subject in view.
Very unfortunate.
Aye. You're gonna fast yourself.
Very unfortunate.
Need a wee rejuvenation. One other squad left. I don't mind those numbers.
Oh, big sad. Dude, they're so thirsty.
Recharging my shields.
Why do they hate me?
Oh, it's just a wee scratch, dear.
All right. So we played our game as Caustic. We discussed Caustic in great detail. I'm gonna put up the poll right now. Caustic.
Apex champions.
So let's see what you guys say. I'm gonna put S, A, B, and then I'm gonna put C or D. I'm gonna combine them for the fourth option. Ask the community, where would you guys rank Caustic? Let's take my pick now. So open up the criteria once again. So he did well in the use of combat. He did well in the use of survival. He did fair in usability. He did fair. So overall, he's a very strong legend. He's very powerful in ranked. He has a lot more aggressive gameplay style potential than is, you know, given credit for. He has strong defensive capabilities. All in all, he's a very well-balanced legend. I'd have to secure him very strongly in A tier. He's not an S tier legend. He doesn't just overwhelm everybody. Even though he has fortified, he has so much to offer in his kit and in what he does for the legends. I would secure him very firmly in A tier currently. Let's see what chat thinks. So far, A is winning. S is a close second. All right, so the next legend, crypto. Let's pull up our criteria once more. Combat, survival, usability. All right, combat, survival, usability. Crypto. Where do we begin with you? If you guys have not already, don't forget to drop that like. Every like definitely helps out a lot on the stream today. All right, so let's end the poll. Caustic was voted, and you guys agreed with me at A tier. So far, we're in agreement. Very surprising, to be honest. Very surprising that you guys have been agreeing with me so far. I was expecting every time to be opposite of what you guys say. But maybe I'm making my case for each legend. All right, so crypto. How are you doing, crypto? How are you doing? You doing good? Heard you're having some issues with Mirage. I see you have a mask on. Very cool mask. All right. As you guys see, I have 39 kills with Crypto. That's real. Crypto is my least played legend in the game. So right off the bat, we're going to go to enjoyability here. And I'm going to rank him a little low. For me personally, I don't like how he plays. I remember playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2? I think it was, no, not, it was the one, I think it was Modern Warfare 2. It was the one with the ACR. Not the ACR, the, I forget what it was. The little drone thing that you would sit in a drone with a missile launcher and you would, and a machine gun, and you'd go around killing everybody. I remember I used to love that ability. And I used to think of that ability whenever I heard Crypto's drones coming out. I would think of how much I liked being in that little thing and how useful it could be. So I was very optimistic when I heard Crypto was coming out. However, very boring. Yeah, Black Ops 2. Black Ops 2, I think that was it. It was very boring. I was not enjoying Crypto. His drone here takes a long time to get into. Look how long that took. In a combat situation, this is not very useful. This is good for positional pre-fire and to scout around. This ability to like look around and see what's around, that's a very strong ability, but it's more like a trick. He reminds me a lot of like a one-trick pony. He has this drone that does one thing. It scans people from not that far away. It's not very powerful. I think that the drone could definitely really use some more range in its scanning abilities. Game sucked right there.
Grenade out. Throwing grenade.
I should have lasered that guy. He does have that powerful ult, but you need to be in your drone to use it. you out of the fight in certain scenarios.
I downed one.
So a legend designed around positional finds himself frequently out of position. Why is my doors broken? Okay.
Reload. All those numpties are down for it.
Hold on.
So a positional legend that finds himself frequently out of position. What an oxymoron Crypto is. How could we fix him? Oh, that's another thing that I'm going to do at the end of the stream if I didn't mention. I'm going to go through and fix every legend to make them all A tier. But first we have to rank all the legends so that we know where they rank. And that's what we're going to finish the stream doing. Fixing all the legends so they're all balanced. That's something that's very hard to do. I have brought up a couple points throughout it, so maybe I have been doing it, but we're going to do it a little bit more at the end. So he doesn't provide a lot in the combat area. He doesn't have much of an aggressive play style. He has next to no escapability. In fact, I would argue that he has among the worst escapability in the entire game. His escapability is horrible. He has not a lot you can do. You have no fast moments. You have no quick repositions. His drone takes too long to get in, so you have to use it to like scan an area first, but it's not as effective as like a Bloodhound. So doing what Bloodhound does, but less effective in combat at the same time. Sure, his ult is nice and can, in certain rank scenarios, can be very powerful, but it can be easily countered by shooting the drone. And even the #1 Crypto, a guy that I've like talked to and about Crypto, would have to agree that he's just not good in aggressive situations. So the guy with the most Crypto kills, who actually right now is the most fuse kills, ironically, because he just understands how to play that playstyle. You're wrong. Well, everyone has their opinions, and you know, you might not agree with me, but his escapability is horrible. And if you can't see that, then I don't know how I'm going to argue that point. I'm not going to argue with you, because if you think he has good escapability, I really don't know. The legend with the worst escapability in the game. Probably. Oh, God. So that was very unfortunate. Team came up behind me, and I'm dead. He's so good at being aggressive, his escapability is great. Okay, we're just going to not take your opinion on stuff. All right, I died. You just EMP while running. So this man, he's a Crypto main. He understands. He's going to be really hating my rating that I'm about to get Crypto right now, because he thinks that Crypto has good escapabilities, but I argue that he does not. What are Crypto's upsides? Crypto, well, he can scout out an area beforehand. In certain rank scenarios, he can be useful, but he's a very one-trick pony. He doesn't provide a lot. So let's look real quickly at our criteria. Use in combat. He is consistently out of position in the fight. Even though he's positional in this category, he's bad in fight positional, because he has to be inside of his drone to have any use of it, and to relocate it and to move it. And you have to plan where that drone is going to be useful in the future, which on Apex Legends is not going to be a good thing. It's going to take too much time. Things have developed too quickly. So in this regard, he's failing. In this regard, he's failing. He does not have a lot of defensive or escapability capabilities. He definitely is, in my opinion, a one-trick pony in the sense of he does have a little bit of positional play. He can scout out a team. He can loot a little bit with his thing. He can revive people. He has some revive ability, so like teamwork. But in his combat category, he's losing bad. But in this category, he's doing well. So automatically, I would say that he cannot be an S-tier legend right off the bat because of his lack of this. He is a little difficult to use. In fact, he's one of the hardest legends to use effectively. I will knock him points for that, because even I find him hard to use And I love different play styles. I play a lot of different games. I like to mix things up. Even though I love aggressive gameplay most, I understand other play styles very thoroughly, and I just don't find him useful in scenarios because I find him consistently in trouble when using the drone in a lot of scenarios, which takes a lot of the enjoyability out of this legend. Not a very fun legend to use because you're going to find himself consistently not in the fight if you have a team that is aggressive. If you have an aggressive team, you're going to consistently be behind them. You're not going to be able to keep up, and that's going to be very frustrating, which is very situational. And he does have no real redeeming qualities on this usability criteria. So in a lot of these regards, he's not doing well. He's not doing well. So far, I've made my case. So let's see what chat says. If I can spell S-A. Okay, we're not going to give him S. If anybody wants S, we're going to put... You vote A. A or S. And then we're going to put B, C, and D. All right, so we're going to combine A and S tier for this poll. B, C, or D. Go ahead and vote what you guys think crypto should be right now. I'm going to go ahead and not even look at that. And I'm going to be placing his ranking now. Okay, crypto. So where would I rank crypto? Personally, like I said, he couldn't be an S tier legend. He has too many holes in his playstyle. He's too hard to use. He's not going to be an A tier legend because he's just not very versatile. He's so situational. He has a lot of negative effects. Even in ranked, there's better things for what he provides. For the things that he provides, you could just be Bloodhound or arguably another legend and still get a lot of the same capabilities. Is he a D tier legend? He could possibly be a D tier legend. But because he has a very strong EMP, his ultimate is so annoying late game ranked. His one redeeming quality saves him an entire D ranked and puts him at the bottom of C. He's going to be at the bottom of C. However, there's nobody in C right now, but he would be at the bottom. He's so close from being a D tier legend that literally the only thing that's saving him is his EMP, in my opinion. Literally the only thing that's saving him is that EMP. So let's see what chat said. Let's see what chat said. All right. 13% say A tier or even S tier. 30% say B. 42% say C. And 14% say D. Yo, Angel, thank you for the dollar holla. All right. Ending poll now. So surprisingly, we agree again. Very odd that you guys keep agreeing with me. What about how he could pick up banners with his drone and respawn quickly? I guess you could that was one of the pros I gave him, and that is definitely one of his strongest abilities. Maybe you could argue that that will keep him a little farther away from D tier, but I'm definitely going to put him at the bottom of C tier for those reasons. Very difficult legend to get proper use out of and to be actually helpful in a team. For most people, selecting that legend is going to be a mistake because if you just don't know how to use them effectively, if your team doesn't know how to work with a crypto, it's going to not be a useful legend selection for your team in a lot of those regards, unless you die and you need a long distance drone recovery, which I could argue, I could see the argument how in ranked that could have some value, but I don't know. I'd think that a Lifeline or a Bloodhound or someone. All right, so Fuse. Fuse is our next guy. Where is Fuse gonna go, chat? Fuse is our Season 8 legend. I played a bunch of Fuse on the launch, as you guys know. We played a bunch of Fuse. Autopilot buff to his drone. Yeah, I'm gonna talk later about how to make every single legend an A tier legend. Crypto's one that I'm gonna have a lot of discussion about, so I'm not gonna go into it all now, but there's definitely some tweaks that is gonna be needed to get him into the A tier, and I do have some ideas on how to do that, and it's very much in line of what he just said. All right, Fuse. All right, Fuse. So Fusey, fuse, fuse. Fusey, fuse, fuse. How you doing, Crooked? What up, The Killer? All right. Apex Legends' newest legend, Fuse. I think Fuse is going to be controversial.
Come on, little mutie. We've got work to do.
I have discussed a bit on Fuse recently. I think a lot of you guys know what I'm gonna say about Fuse before I even say it. He is the one legend in the game that has very damage offensive capabilities. So he seems like a very aggressive legend on the surface. However,
Electricity I get. People, I don't. That's
I'm
why
not
I
quite
got here.
sure. Not quite sure. Let's go right into him once I land. And let's quickly remind everybody about our criteria that I'm looking at. How does he use in combat? How his abilities, how useful is he in combat? How is he useful for winning, survival? And how usable is it? Let's rank our legend with all things considered. All things considered. All right, Fuse. I think right away, the biggest thing that a lot of people notice when playing Fuse. Had bad aim there. Oh, come on, come on. Oh, thank God, Slim. Good job.
First blood's ours, lads. Recharging me shields.
I think the first thing you notice when you're playing Fuse is that both of his abilities are very aggressive combat maneuver abilities. Even his passive is very aggressive combat. So when it comes to the aggression category, he's definitely doing well. He has the knuckle clusters, which is like a grenade. He's going to be stacking extra grenades, throwing them more effectively than the other legends. He's also going to be taking fights from a more range perspective because he has some serious range on those abilities. Some very serious range. I think, though, that he has a lot of downsides. Particularly in his escapability category. He does have some escapability. He's not as bad as, per se, Crypto. But the problem with him is that if he gets caught in an open field, if he gets caught in any area that he's being pushed, maybe third-partied, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He does so good at range, like I'm all the way over here, I can provide a lot of cover from over there. But if I get in trouble close, I don't have a lot I can do. You can kind of use his ult in certain situations to get away, but it's such a small ring, and it's going to equally blind you that it's not going to be as effective as a getaway tool. It can be used in cases, but overall, it's just very underwhelming in those kind of scenarios. It's not going to be the go-to move.
Bring spot and close it in 6 minutes. No time, though.
All right. Right. Okay. 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 Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. It's fun. Fun. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. All right. Blue screen. Fuse gets the blue screen of rating. All right. Before I continue, just want to say thank you guys for being here. This freaking game loves blue screening me in the worst moments. Never like in the beginning of the game when I'm like launching in. It's always like mid-fight when I'm about to do something exciting. System didn't like your ranking of crypto. Right, that's what happened. What a mall. You can only flip once every 15 minutes. All right, it looks like I'm still alive or something. Unfortunately, blue screened. I am still alive. My man Slim's protecting me. All right, we're gonna start asking you guys so you guys can start the poll now while I continue talking. Cool. Cool. All right, I'm good. All right, back to Fuse. So he's very good at range. If you have a certain playstyle, he definitely can be utilized at range. He definitely has a lot of those aggressive abilities. However, he doesn't do anything particularly best. He doesn't have anything that it's just like, oh my god, this is so overpowered. His ult can be super underwhelming and situational. In fact, his ult is much needed a buff. He could be a better legend if he had a better ult. But just the Ring of Fire, it doesn't seem like it does a lot. You can very easily run away. Even if you find yourself in the middle of it, it's very easy to get out of the circle, and you're almost covered in protection by that fire in certain scenarios. So, especially with the vision being blocked. So I think that all in all, he's a little underwhelming. Could be in use of some love in the future. Because of his lack of mobility and escapability, he loses a point there. Because of his situationalness, he'll lose a point there. Just thinking about the criteria some more. What he provides as a team is not a lot. He doesn't provide a lot for the team. So he doesn't have a lot of those, like, he doesn't help you positionally or defensively or even at that aggressively. He's more like a solo aggression, but he does well with combos. So he does have a little bit of team play to make his abilities better, but not to enhance the teammates' abilities, if that makes sense. So kind of selfish of him. You need to have good team play to make the most out of him, but he doesn't actually help your teammates as much. Other than the fact that you're getting a kill as a team.
Watch out, dears. Baddie nearby. They're shooting at me. Reloading. And up. Shields recharging.
That's Sun, man. I suck. Holy crap.
They're shooting at me.
Reload. Still got a jump. Shooting at me.
Where is he? Bro, I cannot hit my freaking 30-30 shots.
Rejuvenating.
My aim is off. My aim is bad. No one saw that, right?
We built them tougher in my day.
2 enemy squads left.
Everyone was very proud of me and pretended like I hit all my shots. Thank you. You guys are so nice. I appreciate that. Wow, you guys are so kind. A Marvin arm. Alright, so his situationalness combined with his lack of escapability, combined with his lack of team play, definitely provides him a tier under S and really caps him at A at best, but I would argue that he's definitely not an A tier legend. He's not balanced enough. He doesn't provide enough versatility. Kind of one-dimensional what he provides the team. And because of that, I would definitely have to knock him a point. Another point. Hey guys. I appreciate that. I don't know why I can't hit my 30-30 shots right now. Those are some bad 30-30 shots.
We've got a minute to find her.
He can block areas to escape with the Ring of Fire. So he can kind of block areas, but it's a very small area. It's not going to be blocking a lot of areas. Maybe indoors he can block an entrance, but then the fire is going to go away. He blocks way less effectively than a Caustic would. He blocks way less effectively than even an Horizontal.
Here. Hooligan and Dominant.
So those are two legends that block more effectively with an ability that is more versatile.
Reload. Took out a Joker. Down. Feeding control.
Reload. Enemy down.
Okay. So is he a D tier legend? I wouldn't say he's a D tier legend because he definitely provides some to the table. At range, if you play his playstyle effectively, he's going to be able to help you in a lot of these ranged fights, especially if you're like a ranged style warrior. I mean, maybe you're a sniper, maybe you're a team of people that like to peck from a distance. Comboed with certain legends, even Revenant, Crypto is another one you can kind of combo him with. Even though you will be definitely as a team have not a lot of escapability with that kind of a legend core, you're going to be able to play very distant and have opportunities to like rev all in and scout first. So with certain playstyles, he can definitely be effective. So I wouldn't call him a D tier legend. So not a D tier. So let's narrow him down a further. Is he a C or a B? So we've eliminated S tier, A tier, and D tier. So he's either a C or a B in my opinion. What up, Violet?
Bunch of Ramparts have been here.
I got some. Oh no! Oh my god, I was looking at chat. Oh my god, that's inexcusable. You guys, I'm so sorry. I was looking at chat and I wasn't paying enough attention and I was just kind of looting and I just jumped off the ledge, okay? I don't know why I did it. I didn't want to do it.
Death box here.
It's like I fall off the ledge again while diving in. Okay, we're fine. We're good. We're good. I don't know how I can't pick everything up. That's kind of weird. Yeah.
We're inside the ring.
So his grenades is very useful.
A care package.
Him being able to carry extra grenades is useful, but at the end of the day, every legend can carry grenades. And just because he throws them faster and farther doesn't mean that it's always going to be useful. Once again, adding a situational effect to what he can do.
Enemy rather close.
All right, so chat voted him B tier. Very interesting.
You are the Apex Champions.
All right, victory. Victory. All right, so we got a nice win there. So, further states that you can win with every legend no matter how you rank them in Apex Legends because the game is very much so balanced comparatively to other games. So let's go into our ratings. So chat voted him at 40% B, 27% A, C or D got 14%, and then S tier got 12%. So where would I rate Fuse? So, like I said, I cannot rate him S tier or A tier. He's just not versatile enough. He doesn't provide a complete kit. He's too situational to be in S or A tier. He's not a D tier legend because he has a lot of aggressive abilities that definitely do damage and can help you get kills. At range, he's very effective, especially using his abilities. So because of his effectiveness in his range, I can't put him at D tier. So when it comes down to C or B tier, it is really tough to rate. At the end of the day, I don't think I want to put him in C tier. And even though he has a lot of problems, like holes in his game, I think that he provides enough utility in what he does if you know how to play with his play style and using his abilities, that I think I'm going to put him at the very bottom of the B tier. I'm going to put him at the bottom of the B tier. We're actually in agreement on that one. However, he's close to being a C tier legend. If he gets any nerf of any variety, I would put him down here. He's like up here by a hairline fracture. And mostly the only reason I think that he saves his a little bit of face from going to a B to a C tier legend is the fact that his knuckle cluster is a lot of fun. He's a very enjoyable legend to use. That enjoyability, he's not as hard to use. Those are nice. He is situational. He doesn't have the best hitbox. He's not going to have the most team play. So in those regards, he almost makes it into the C category, but I'm going to give him the bottom spot of the B category. So he is the bottom of the Bs. Agree with me or not agree with me? However you want. We have our next legend, Gibraltar. All right, Gibraltar, what do you have to offer us? Mr. Gibraltar. All right. Yeah, that was fun, for sure. I can't believe I jumped off a ledge. All right, Gibraltar. The person who ruined Fortified and low profile for the entire game. What do I mean by that? If you guys remember back all the way to when Fortified came into the game, it was all because of Gibraltar. Everyone whining, Gibraltar's hitbox is so small. And everyone whining, I'm so sorry, Gibraltar's hitbox is so big. And everyone also whining, Wraith's hitbox is so small. And because Wraith's hitbox was so small and Gibraltar's hitbox was so big, instead of using their abilities to balance, they had to ruin what they had as a perfect health system. That perfect health system being that every legend had the same amount of health and that their abilities and their size were going to be offsetted by themselves. Because they added Fortified to Gibraltar, they added low profile to Wraith. I feel like that was one of the biggest mistakes in balancing that this game has happened, and it might be Gibraltar's fault. It might be all your fault, Gibraltar. Maybe a little bit of Wraith's fault too. Maybe a little bit. Oh, it's trying to put us in trios. Good thing it waited a mile. So Gibraltar do have Fortified though. So let's talk about his abilities here in a second. Let me talk to chat for a moment though. Did you get a new headset? I'm currently using a borrowed headset. I've not even ordered a new one yet. I don't know which one I want to order. Gibby is why even... Wait, everybody gets a rating. You don't even need to play. Everybody gets a rating. Maybe I'm going to rate him D tier. Who knows? I'm a crazy guy. Maybe he's a D tier legend. You guys don't know yet. We won't know until I start talking about him. I disagree with the perfect health system. Crouch spam Wraith. I disagree with that. I feel like if you can't hit shots on Wraith, then that should not be on Gibraltar. Gibraltar shouldn't get more health because Wraith can't get hit. I feel like every gun should do the same amount. It unbalances some of the guns, in my opinion. But we're not talking about guns. We're talking about Gibraltar, even though it won't put us in this game. I wanted to wait till we get into the game. How you doing today, Speedy? Imagine. Oh, we know. Hello, Apex Legends! I'd like to play the game! Alright, let's open up this crate. Watch, it's gonna put us in right now. Why does it keep saying preloading? Can you show me the tier list? So far on our tier list, we have rated Bloodhound and Caustic as our current A tier legends. We've rated Bangalore at the top of the B and Fuse at the bottom of the B. So if anybody goes into the B category, they're going to be between Fuse and Bangalore. We have Crypto at the bottom of the C. He's at the bottom of the C, so anybody that goes into C will be in front of Crypto. I don't know why it's not loading me into a game. I'm going to leave the game and then invite Slim Raven because I am not very patient. And I don't like waiting around all day for a game to start putting me into a lobby. There's no excuse that we're sitting here for 5 minutes. It's not like we're playing ranked. Baba booey. Yeah, I'm not gonna change my opinions because you have different opinions than me. That's why they're called opinions, chat. I am expressing mine. You can agree, you can disagree, you can hate me because I think differently. At the end of the day, I don't care. I'm gonna keep my opinions because, you know, that's why I have them. Because I'm an original thinker, chat. I will think on my own. I don't need someone else telling me how to think. I come to my own conclusions. I form my own thoughts, which is why I think that this tier list is going to be great. Because I'm not going to let others influence me. All right, let's talk about Gibraltar. Gibraltar is undoubtedly one of the best legends in this game. I've said it a lot in the past. He is the easiest legend to use at all levels. But he has such a high skill ceiling that even though he's easy to use, he's a beautiful player to master. You can truly master his moves and his abilities to get so much out of him. So whether or not you are a bad player or a good player, you're gonna have a lot to explore with Gibraltar. You're gonna always be doing more and more.
One down.
Bad aim, bad aim, bad aim.
You can't start without breaking a few eggs. Pulling the trigger. He went straight down. Reloading.
Alright, so
Popping their heads in.
saved by the dome. But he's probably gonna get the res. But it might be worth it because I don't think he did get the res.
Arcs are out.
You are down. Pulling it on top of it. Enemy here.
I'm gonna do this.
Reloading.
Enemy here.
Reloading. One down.
Okay, I just played that bad. I played that bad. Got like 500 damage, but I didn't manage to get any of the kills. That's... Wait, how did I not get a kill? How's that even possible? Damn. Well, I messed up. I guess I misplayed the situation. There was... How many of them were there? Were we in trios? Were we in trios? Did we get loaded into a trios game just then? We did, didn't we? Or was there two teams? Was it trios or was there two teams? I think it was trios. I think it loaded us into trios by like mistake. There was 3 people, so there was like 4 enemies? I don't know. 2 teams, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe those 2 teams. They just seem to only be shooting at me. Not at each other. Anyways. So we can rank Gibraltar, but I didn't get done talking about Gibraltar, so we're gonna play again with Gibraltar because I'm not done talking about Gibraltar.
Ready for a wee adventure, mute?
No, Jordan, I am trying to focus on today's content. 2 teams, but they all hate me? Okay, there's just 2 teams, I guess.
This is your champion.
Violence for science. Oh,
What up, Robo Servant?
freeze that.
Looks like I'm the jump master.
Alright. Gibraltar. So his fortified,
Just like old times.
combined with his gun shield, is so overpowered. In fact, fortified is one of the strongest abilities in this game. I would suggest moving fortified off of Gibraltar and adding it to having it so that it only applies to teammates that are inside of his dome. That's what I would have done with fortified. Removed it entirely from the game, from Caustic as well. Moving it entirely from them both. And then adding it to only be inside of the dome. That simple change is the only change that I think that I would make to Gibraltar. And because that I would make that change, I feel like you already kind of know where I'm going to go with the rankings of Gibraltar.
Pick me up.
Oh my god, this is not the time.
Attention.
No. Okay, so
All right, let's do this thing.
I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second, chat. Oh my god.
Some good news. We're in the next ring.
Enemy rather close. Being shot at. Recharging my shields. Numpty in our orbit. And we're shooting. Being shot at. Reload. Enemy downed. Just need a wee pick me up. Reloading. Reloading. All those hooligans are down for the being shot at. Being downed. Enemy that way.
New kill leader appointed.
We got ourselves a new kill leader.
New kill leader appointed.
Good news for me.
Attention.
Half the squads are gone.
Warning. Movement in progress.
I'm inside the next ring.
That was amazing. Creo que te amo, amigo. Too bad you're dead.
Attention. Delivery.
Target over there.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. All right, I'm back. I think it'll be easier to continue on. Thank you guys that sticked around. I am sorry for that. That was unexpected. All right. Gibraltar. How would we rank Gibraltar? All right, so we have our ranking criteria here. So, use in combat. Using his domes, you can definitely take position really well. You can throw his domes in between areas to take position in them. You can't really take high ground as well, but positionally is not bad. You can use his dome very well in aggressive scenarios. It's not going to be as effective as the defensive scenarios, of course, but it will provide you with a lot of escapability nonetheless. His domes are all around very powerful in combat. His ult is a literal airstrike, which is super aggressive, and he has a lot of team play. He can revive his teams very effectively inside the dome, even has a speed boost to the revives inside the dome. His survivability throughout the game, with him having fortified, with him being able to take position, with him being able to booster his team, I just feel like he's definitely one of the best legends in the game. He's easy to use at all levels. He's very enjoyable. He's not as situational. He's good in so many scenarios and pretty much all throughout the game. And he is unfair in many matchups. In fact, him single-handedly ruins certain guns in the game. There is certain guns in the game that are not as effective single-handedly because of Gibraltar. Because you might run across a Gibraltar, that one single gun is going to be less effective. So he honestly ruins matchups. He's so powerful. I expect him to get nerfs, yet he always doesn't, and he's definitely secured our top spot so far in S tier. He just is so versatile. He's provided so much in every scenario. He really doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. I think as far as weaknesses go, you can maybe say his hitbox is a weakness. He is a big, large target, but because of his defensibility capabilities, I just don't find it to be much of a factor. When you have fortified, when you have all those things, you know, I'm back, guys. I'm back. You guys can hear me, right? You guys can hear me? What's up, pizza boy? He's so slow. He's not really slow. He's the same speed. He just doesn't have any movement abilities. Nothing's more in power than eating a Kraber shot with a gun shield. What's up, Moxie? All right. What up, Littles Nickel? All right. So we have our next legend. Do we want to do Horizon next? I don't want to do Horizon next. Let's do Mirage next. Let's change the order a little bit to Mirage. I want to pick Mirage now. Let's rate Mirage. All right. Let's do it. Let's remind everybody once again about our criteria. How are they in combat? How are they at surviving and winning the game? And how usable is the legend? Let's rate it now. All things considered, is it good in pubs? Is it good in ranked? Let's try Mirage next. All right. Let's do this. Mirage. I think that in the past, Mirage has always been one of the most underwhelming and worst legends in the game. But he's always been one of the funnest at the same time.
Good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner.
He's a very enjoyable player to use. He's not the easiest player to get the most use out of, though. Any wins yet today? We have. So any other season, Mirage would have had a lower rating. I think that I would say that Mirage is currently at the highest rating he's ever been, especially after his recent buff to footsteps. His recent buff to the footsteps of his decoys is actually very powerful. And that sound, whenever an opponent can't see the decoy, is so strong. In fact, decoying where an enemy cannot tell where is just beyond powerful. But how would we rate him? We never did rate Gibby, so I'm gonna just assume everyone says S tier, right? For Gibby. All right.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Bill, bow boys are shooting at me. God. Oh, I can't activate my abilities.
Throw an arc star.
Ring countdown.
Really far. Why are you folks not used to traveling intergalactically? They're shooting at me. Squeeze ball, boy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This way, you can?
All right, so Mirage has a lot of
Decoy.
fun aspects to him. I don't know what happened to my decoy, though.
Got the banner. Time to get a beacon. Bamboozle's been spoozled. No abilities, folks. Sending out another me. Damn it, he's good looking.
All right, I'm gonna full kill this guy.
Killed an enemy.
Take his stuff.
Go Bazoomba, bamboo. Fool. Give him my shield to recharge.
He still got bamboozled, even though like it was a very obvious decoy. He has a lot of escape ability.
Go out and bamboozle him.
Literally goes invisible. Half of his kit is revolving around the escape ability of the decoys.
Got bamboozled. Look at you. Sending out another me. Damn, he's good looking. 60 seconds and counting till ring close. Use the decoy escape. You got bamboozled. 45 seconds.
Ah.
Bam. Oh yeah, nice job, guys. Oh, go on. Pork chops. Love pork chops.
Woo!
Whole squad down.
Oh man, that got too intense for me. I gotta heal up. All right, let's go res. All right. So let's talk about some of the criteria real quick. So positionally in combat, he doesn't have a lot he can do to position other than deceive. Oh, he already res there. I'm gonna go res over here then. I want Slim to be alive. So he doesn't have the most positionalness to him, but it's okay because he does have just so much like unique like ability with these decoys. However, at a top level and ranked, a lot of the top players, like mostly any really experienced player, aren't going to get fooled as much by the decoys. It's very obvious to tell when a decoy is a decoy. I even tried to pretend like I was a decoy by running very predictably like in a pattern at a wall before I turned on that dude, and I wonder how much that actually helped. I wonder if he like was like second guessing it or not. It's kind of satisfying. So he's a very fun legend to use, but I don't think that you can make an argument that he's an S2 legend. He doesn't have that positionalness or team play, really. He doesn't provide a lot for the team other than maybe when he reses people. He does have a nice and very strong res. As a team, though, he doesn't provide you a lot positionally. He doesn't have a lot of teamwork. He doesn't have, like, extra, like, fortified or anything with his character size. He's a very easy-to-shoot legend at times. He can be tough to use at times. He is a fun legend to use, but he's situational. All these things considered, I think these things will keep him from being an S-tier legend. And I would say it would even keep him from being an A-tier legend. I think because of the way they want him to be, and because of how his kit is, it wouldn't really make sense for him to be an S-tier legend or an A-tier legend. It just doesn't really fit for him. I think he'll always be a fun legend to use, and he'll always be powerful. But will he ever be an A-tier legend? I don't think so. What up, Alice Arcade? Is this live or pre-recorded? This is a live stream that we're going to be discussing the every legend one at a time.
Opening fire. Shots fired, and they're hitting me. Send it up. Making contact here. Give me my shield to recharge.
Oh my god.
Sending out another me. Damn, he's good looking.
I love using his abilities. They're just so strong, and I consistently bamboozle people. I wish I had more sniper ammo.
Get out there and bamboozle.
I had to do that. Keep him from going in.
Oh, sorry, did I confuse you?
Appointed.
And his name is Mirage.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Arcstar out. Sending out my decoy. You got bamboozled.
No!
Giving my shield to recharge.
Damn it. Not ideal.
Just gotta patch myself up. Recharging shield.
Not ideal.
Just gotta patch
So
myself
let's
up.
do a poll after this as soon as I can. I'm gonna try to do it one-handed while I heal. Mirage.
Just gotta patch myself up.
Did I spell it right? S or A. B, C, D.
Ring's far. I better get a move on.
I didn't get to Slim in time. I'm sorry, Slim.
Delivering replicator.
Check out that replicator coming in.
How you doing, Hurricane Erica?
Check this out.
All right. Let's get in the car. Let's go win this game.
This is my stop. One
All right.
second, filling up. This is what I'm talking about.
feel bad I let Slim die.
Watch me stick this landing. Bam to the bam. I'm running out of ideas.
I need ammo, so I'm gonna go with this. Let's go get some fights. Oh, I know where it's them. You know what? I don't really need energy ammo, but I might want this. Can you pick it up, please? Oh my god. This stupid... Okay, apparently I can't have that. I don't know how to pick it up. I'm not good enough to pick that ammo up, okay? I'm just not good enough. It requires a better player than me.
To the woozle. Yeah, sending out a decoy.
So Mirage is definitely so fun. He has a lot of uniqueness to him. His personality in the game is so great. He has a very lovable and funny personality, but like kind of cocky at the same time. It's actually really cool.
Send in a decoy. Wait, how do I know I'm not the decoy?
There is a new kill leader.
Just have a random decoy out there doing random things. Cause why not? Cause why not? What's up, King Dashy?
Yes, I'm in the ring. Go bamboo. Shots fire, and they're hitting me. Recharging shields.
Alright, let's go over here. I have a plan. I'm gonna play this a little bit like a rap.
Threw my grenade out. You got bamboo.
It's over there bamboozling people.
Send in a decoy. Okay, wait, how do I know that I'm not the decoy? Alright, this is dream within a dream stuff.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
She got bamboozled.
Okay.
I think this place needs a little more me. Yeah, giving my shields a recharge. Replicator here, falling down. Bam to the bam. I'm running out.
Just gotta run this way. I've barely been using his ult. I'm trying to save it for moments I need it, but I haven't been in any of those moments per se. His ult is very powerful and can be very good in certain scenarios. Damn it. Random grenade exploding me.
Bam! There goes a boozle, or something like that. You got bamboozled. Look at you.
All right, let's try to reposition again the same way we did last time.
Fantastic.
I don't know what to do. I think I should just play it safe, but like everyone's cracked out of their mind in these lobbies.
Bam goes the boozle. Ha.
I don't know. Let's just go this way. Let's go to the circle. Let's go mid-circle. Even though it's pretty safe where I am. Kinda want a Kraber. Maybe there's a Kraber over there. I see enemies.
Yes, I'm in the ring. I think this place needs a little more me.
As you see, I loved bamboozling people, bro. so strong.
Get the bamboo.
Just waiting a moment until you grab that decoy can be just so confusing.
I think this place needs a little more me.
Beginning ring countdown.
Now they're gonna shoot at the back one. Nope. They're gonna let me get all the way close.
Sending out my decoy. Send in a decoy. Wait, no, I'm not the decoy. Existential. Bamboozled, look at you.
Damn it.
Just a minute until ring close, and I'm tired. Bam, there goes a boozle! Or something like that. I didn't, okay.
Why did that guy die? Why did he die? Trying to live. I just don't know what to do here.
45 seconds until the ring closes. And still talking to myself.
I just don't know what to do. He's trash in your hands, buddy. Ah, yeah, because you're so much better.
I got to go.
Can someone time out the rude guy? I don't recall asking him.
Give him my shield to recharge. 10 seconds till ring closes. Maybe stop talking to yourself and go. She got bamboozled.
Such a good flame there, trapping me in. Such a good flame. It's okay, I banned that dude. All right. So I died. They had a good spot. I was unable to get out of there. Good lobbies, good players. So let's go into the rankings. Let's go into the rankings. How would we rate Mirage? All right. So let's go ahead and end the poll. 52% said B. If it's ever going to end. I did say end poll. Hello. Okay. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right. 52% said B. 23% said A or S tier, which is actually surprising to me. 16% said C. 7% said D. I'm very surprised that people rated him as highly as they did. I would say that every season it's been like this. He's been so down here every season, and then he got a little bit of a buff, but then he's always just been so comparatively worse than all the other legends. However, currently he's been doing a lot better. Is he a B legend though? I don't know. He's so fun to use. Is he better than Fuse? He would have to be, because Fuse is at the bottom of the beast. So, are we placing him above Fuse or under Fuse? All things considered, I would have to give him a B rating. And this is why. The thing that differentiates him between a B and a C right now was the footstep buff. He was here. He was here until like super recently. But so recently they gave footstep audio to his decoys. And that single-handed buff puts him all the way up into B. Him being able to res, him being able to do his escapability, him being able to have those items, he's just a very fun legend, but he's not the best in the game. He has some weaknesses. Is he ever going to be an A tier legend? I doubt it. I think that he's probably perma-locked capped at B in my opinion. Let's see what chat says to it. I actually, personally, I think that he would be in C, but that buff, man, being able to like be thrown off by that footstep audio as much as you can be, he's definitely in B. If this was a ranked only list, I think I would give him a little bit lower. But because this is an overall list of legends in the game, because he's a fun legend to use, because he is not the hardest legend to use, because he provides a lot of little abilities and perks, I think he's at the highest he's ever been, but currently at the B tier. Might be surprising to some, might not be surprising to others. Probably one of the most controversial picks, and it could change depending on how the other legends change. Like if you give him a small buff, he could be totally behind Fuse. He could even be as low as under Crypto. But right now I'm giving him that spot. Next legend is Loba. Loba is a legend that whenever she first came out, I got a lot of flack because I very quickly said that she was underwhelming. And I was right. I know this because first she got a buff in her ultimate, and then she's going to get more buffs in her tact ability, it looks like. Loba's kit is really good on paper. On paper, she has some of the best abilities in the game. Maybe not her passive. So let's go into Loba and let's discuss, how does Loba place in the meta? Is she good? Is she bad? On paper, she's amazing. In practicality, how useful is she? Let's find out. Blue Yoshi, if you spam me with invites every time that I'm in this lobby, I'm going to have to delete you. I will click block if that pops up again. Kind of sick of saying no. Zachary, good to see you again, Zachary. It's okay if you don't like Mirage. That's perfectly fine. Not everyone's going to agree with me.
Business is my pleasure.
All right, so let's talk Loba. Let's get into the game first. Let's talk Loba.
Introducing your champion.
What's up, Tequila? Welcome to the stream today, Tequila. Good to see you, Gus. What's up, Yo-Yo? How you doing, Shrek?
I'm the job
All right, let's remind everybody one more time about our criteria. All right, this is our criteria. This is what we're looking for, right here. So from the top.
Jump master. As above, so below.
So when Loba came out, I would have to say that she was a little underwhelming, but they gave her a very powerful buff. A very powerful buff to her ultimate. Her ultimate is much, much better now. In fact, it's pretty much her bread and butter now. She was so underwhelming when she first came out. It felt like she didn't really do anything right. Until that ultimate buff. Now that she had that ultimate buff, it's such a powerful buff. She's able to get your team a lot of loot very quickly. She's able to help you stay equipped throughout stages of the game. And for certain players, that's going to be very powerful. However, her tactical ability definitely needs some love. At this current time, unless it gets some more buffs around, you know, the duration of the animation, how long it takes to throw it, how long it takes to recover from being it, how long it takes to pull your gun out, traveling it through the air. Using it in fights there, not so easy. I'm so dead. I didn't know what to do there. I had frickin' 2 single fire weapons. I hate the G7. All right, so we're gonna use her again because that game was a throwaway. I was not done talking about Loba. Let me pull up a poll so you guys can vote. I wish I could do a fourth option, but I can't. So C or D is going to be the fourth option. Everyone go ahead and vote. C or D might actually be like a good one because it's like both. Maybe S tier though. So Loba does provide a lot in her ability. Her ability to loot up a team is very strong. However, it is a trick. A trick that doesn't actually provide any like tangible
Science isn't exactly an exact science.
stuff that's like, okay, this I couldn't do this without Loba. You could just loot up. It'll take
Only the best for
longer,
my
arguably.
friends.
But that trick is not going to win you games necessarily. It's going to make things easier. Yeah, definitely. But to me, Loba's a one-trick pony. Her attack is not that strong. You saw me use it to reposition. And even though I used it very effectively in one of the few scenarios that you can use it effectively, it didn't actually provide me that much of an advantage by going up there. It took me too long to pull out my sentinel. It took me too long to do those animations. I was exposed in a high risk of getting shot while throwing that teleport. So she needs some love in her teleport. Just simply buffing her teleport, she could go from one of the middling legends in the game to easily one of the best legends. If you buff that teleport enough, if you made it like press L1, throws instantly, press L1, go instantly into that spot with very, very little delays. By instantly, it doesn't have to be instantaneously, but like near instantly, like super fast. You could easily make her one of the best legends. She would have so much dynamicness to her kit. She would be very versatile. However, that's not the case. And bearing any buffs, I think that she'll stay lower than, you know, than expected from a lot of people. However, she could very easily, so easily, rise up these rankings. Not by any rework, not by changing her fundamentally, but by simply upping the numbers and the ratios of her L1 ability. If I press L1 and it was already throwing and I was already at the end of my thing and I already had my gun out, that's some repositional power right there. But right now it's almost a liability. It's like a very risky reposition that doesn't provide as much benefits as it would on paper, especially when you can compare it to legends like Horizon or legends like Pathfinder, or even legends like Octane now with his buffed jump pad. All right, let's go up there.
Let's see what we have over here.
So, is she an S tier legend? Definitely not. Definitely not. She has too many holes. Her attack is not good enough. Positionally, her attack could be super aggressive. It could be a super escapable. It could have high positional. It could definitely have some good teamwork in the fact of that position, but not as much as the teamwork capabilities of her looting. That loot is some S tier looting ability. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's more to this game than just looting up. More to this game than just grabbing some stuff. Look, there's not even a lot of stuff in this one. Doesn't mean it's a bad ability, it just shows a little more of how situational it can be. So she's definitely not an S tier, even though with her current kit, she could skyrocket to the top of the tier list and become an S tier legend if she got enough love on her attack. I just don't see it happening. I just think that that won't happen. But she does have a nice butt. You're right. You're right. That she should get bonus points. That should go in a little bit into enjoyable, I guess. Enjoyable to play.
I can't wait to meet them. Reloading.
I should have pulled out my other gun. Why did I not pull out my other gun?
We're already inside the next ring. Take them down.
Reloading.
Kill leader eliminated. Reload.
And we're shooting.
A wee pick-me-up.
Don't drive out.
Attention. Delivery package. Out to the skies. A care package.
Oh god, that was some bad aim. My aim is off today. My aim is just not there. I normally hit those shots. I feel disappointed in myself. I'm disappointed in myself.
Goody. Enemy right here.
Oh, I'm the new kill leader. Dinna fash yourself. Here's a pick-me-up. Heal it up.
On your feet, darling. Plenty of fight left in you.
I should not have went to this field. Oh, good try. So, everything in consideration. Let's end the poll. And let's pull up our tier list chat. Let's pull it up. Alright, chat said C or D, 52%, 25% at B, 18% A, and no one said C. I mean S. So I probably could have removed C and had C or D separated, but how would I rate Loba, chat? How would I rate Loba? Okay, so like I said, she cannot be an S tier legend. Is she an A tier legend? No. And she's not an A tier legend, like I said, because of her lack of tactical ability, because she seems more like a one-trick pony. Is she a B tier legend? Well, to be honest, I can't give her a B tier legend rating either. The biggest reason why I cannot give Loba a B tier rating is because she doesn't offer enough. Just not enough. Not enough. Her tactical ability could be like here. She could be right here, chat. This could be her. But instead, because of how they've divided and decided, she is at the C tier. Now, I know some people are going to be upset. Robo, you don't know what you're talking about. Robo, my favorite YouTuber, rated him an B tier or whatever. I don't care. I'll tell you that I believe firmly that at her current state, she is a C tier legend. She could definitely skyrocket in these ranks. Maybe by the end of the season. All they had to do is a couple tweaks to her ability. Make it a little stronger. Make it a little less risky. But the risk of her tactical, the risk of that tactical alone is just not worth it, chat. You're going to need a less risky tactical, in my opinion. So that is how I would rate Loba. Moving on to Lifeline. Moving on to Lifeline, chat. Moving on to Lifeline. All right, let's do this. Do you play Claw? I do play Claw. Moving on to the Lifeline. Let's be honest, she has done more than one trick. She has more than one trick, but she only has one good trick. She's too harsh. Oh, I'm a harsh person. Her ult gives away her position. It can. What up, Powerless? All right. So if you would have asked me in season 4 how Lifeline would be, I would say one of the best legends in the game. And then they gave her a rework. They changed her abilities a bit. Now, how would I rate her?
Maybe this
Well, when she first got the ability to change from fast heals to the reses, initially I said that's going to be horrible. She's going to be worthless. That's only going to be useful if my teammates are dead. That's so bad and weak. That was until I tried it. That was until I played against it in a game. That was until I saw firsthand how powerful those reses are. So powerful, in fact, that they probably could rework her abilities a little bit more, making her reses weaker and buffing her other abilities. Because in my opinion, her drone is goddamn worthless. Her L1 ability, her drone, is just not that strong. It could be good for after fight heals, but overall, it's one of the worst tactical abilities in the game, and it could become very strong. If I had my say, I would change it a little bit to make it so that you would require the L1, the drone, to use that shield. And I would give them twice as many. I'd give it half the time. Right now it's at a 45-second cooldown. I'd give it like 25 seconds. But then I would require it to have a L1 in order for her to use her drone to revive people. Alright, I gotta get over there. She does not have much mobility. And she has probably the worst escapability in the game. I kind of forget about Lifeline at times whenever I talk about escapability, but she definitely has nothing to offer in the escapability category. So she can get caught very easily. Doesn't mean she's worthless, but she does lose a point there.
Recharging my shield. Patch me up, though. Let's just stay 1 second. I'm spotted, taking fire. Throwing Octane. I'm spotted, taking fire.
I should have had that. I should have had that. I should have had that, chat. I should have had that. So let's go into Lifeline, chat. Let's go into Lifeline. Let's just talk about it. Let's just talk. So, when we come to our criteria, how is she in killing? Well, she doesn't provide any real abilities in the killing category. She does have a ultimate that is very powerful ultimate. Just kidding. It sucks. Immediately upon hearing that, did you not hear like, Robo, what the hell are you talking about? No, her ultimate sucks. I hate waiting for that care package. You don't get them enough. Every time you get a care package, it's like by the time you get it, you already have a lot of stuff. It can be useful, but she's very much a team player. She's much more in this category. And as far as this category goes, because of her very overpowered revive ability, she's probably winning this category. She's definitely so good at this category that she cuts slack for this category. But how much slack can we cut her? Is she difficult to use? Not exactly. Is she enjoyable to use? Can be. Not as enjoyable maybe as when she had fast heals though. She did lose some enjoyability from that. She is situational though. If your teammates are not down, if they don't need some health, if they're looted up, she doesn't really provide as much there. So when you consider the matchups, there are better matchups. But that power in this single-handedly carries her a lot. A lot, chat. Did we vote? Did you guys vote on her? Wait, did you guys vote on her? No, let's vote on her. I'm not gonna look at your vote. I'm not gonna look at your vote. C or D? All right. I'm not gonna look at your vote. Go ahead and vote now. Maybe? Maybe vote now. Yep, you can go ahead and vote now. All right, so is she an S tier legend? Well, based on this criteria, I really can't give her an S tier legend. She doesn't have a complete kit. She used to have a more complete kit because used to have fast heals. Fast heals, even though it doesn't seem like it, is a both aggressive and a defensive ability. It's very strong. She traded some of the killing potential for some of the winning potential. But her reses are so overpowered that I don't think you... Hi. Hello. Okay. Her powers are so powerful that I think I have to give her an A tier. I have to give her an A tier. She's just so strong. Her reses are just so powerful. She provides so much to the team. I wish that they would nerf her reses and give her drone more power, make it bigger range, way more bigger area of effect, area to latch on, make it 5 times as big, make it so you only get maybe 25 seconds, and then make it so in order to get that overpowered res, you need to have a health charge. So you can only do it once every 25 seconds or however long. That cooldown would be insane. It'd be very powerful. It might frustrate and ruin her a little bit for some people, but honestly, with her kit, I don't like her ult. Her ult needs a work, in my opinion, but these are just my opinions on the matter. So let's think what chat says. What does chat say? I thought there would be way more S tiers, to be honest. I thought everybody was going to be saying S tier. I think that whenever I saw some tier list stuff, everybody had Lifeline in S tier. And I just disagree with that. She just lacks some of that combat potential for her to be an S tier legend. Like, if you don't have teammates, she's useless. Like, if you're trying to play solo, she doesn't really provide you a lot. So she's not going to always be the safest pick in the world. All right, let's continue on with Horizon. So Slim, I'm gonna take Horizon from you. Let's look and remind everybody our criteria. Combat, survival, usability. Let's continue on. Season 7 Horizon did happen to get a little bit of a nerf. Her attack was a little stronger than it was now. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying, Slim. It needs to have a bigger area of effect. Her L1 is exactly what you just said. You plant something on the ground and it's an area heal. That is exactly what it is. But it only attaches 2 people instead of an area, I guess, so it's not a full area, and the area is small. It needs to up that area by 5 times, and it needs to have all players be able to attach to it. And only teammates, in my opinion. Enemies should not be able to walk up and just take your drone. Then you can't use a drone in a close range fight. So they need to change that, in my opinion. Alright, Horizon. I wonder where Horizon's gonna go. When I pull up the ability criteria, let's look.
Oh, first blood. Who'd have thought a blood sport would be so bloody?
Okay. So first thing first about Horizon is her tactical ability. Now, if you guys are brand new to Horizon and you don't know what her tac ability is, she can fly! Sorta. And she also has a great passive. Her passive is an underrated thing. I actually been wanting this passive in the game ever since they started messing with Pathfinder. I remember saying that what I would do is I would change his passive into the exact passive Horizon has. And now I've been saying that for so long. Horizon was not in the game at that time. It was my idea that I wanted them to do the path. They took my idea and they put it on Horizon. Is what is what is. You definitely notice how strong it is going from Horizon to Pathfinder. You'll definitely notice right away how strong that is. All right, let's go tack.
Spotted an enemy over there.
So her combat, her L1 has amazing positioning. In a fight, you can take all kinds of positions. She probably is at the best at positioning out of everybody.
Another soft landing.
As far as a team goes, you can reposition as a full team very effectively and almost effortlessly. You can use it aggressively, pushing fights, being aggressive, walking through people. You can use it defensively. In the middle of a fight, you can use it to escape. You can use it to block entries. Small little areas, not as effective defensively, but it is able to be done so, which is cool. She has good team play. She can take your entire team to a position. She has her ultimate ability, which is great for blocking and combating. A lot of unique uses that you can get out of that. She truly has a full kit and so much utility and versatility. Is she difficult to use? Not exactly. She has a lot of upside, but her floor is very low as well, so she can be very easily used by a bad player. But if you're a good player, you can definitely utilize her better.
Reckon we should head here.
Hitbox and stuff is perfect because, you know, she's the right size. She doesn't seem too easy. Doesn't have low profile, which is fantastic. She had low profile, she might have lost an entire rating off of that. Low profile is a very devastating thing to add to a legend, and can keep them a whole rank lower depending on the legend.
10 seconds, dears.
However, I don't think that's the case for Horizon, because she doesn't have it.
But the ring's on the move and we're not unleashing my singularity.
Why did it push me and I'm not even in the zone? Okay. It makes sense.
Hey, watch my back, pals. There's a new
Kind of messed that up.
there.
So how does she work as enjoyability? She's very fun because her mobility is just so powerful. Using that mobility is very enjoyable and it can be very addicting to be Horizon. It can be hard to play other legends if you get good with Horizon. She beats a lot of the matchups because of this. So I would have to say that anybody rating her bottom tier is a fool. So let's ask chat. Horizon? S-A-B-C. And no one's gonna vote D because she is not a D tier legend. All right. Horizon doesn't bring to the table what Wraith and Gibby do? Doesn't they though? Maybe not Gibby, because Gibby is, as we discussed, just so perfect in so many scenarios. You just so hard to find a single weakness on Gibby. How come they're just so good at shooting me? The hell?
Recharging my shields. Rolling on top of us. Singularity deployed. Find your partners. Recharging my shields.
Dude, he definitely hit multiple hits off that were like not fair. Like I was covered.
He went straight down. Reloading. Recharging my shield.
Dog, he did it again! Is my ping like 1,000,000? Guess my ping is 1,000,000, chat. Or I just suck. But it felt like he's hitting me before he like literally can.
Let's go here.
Alright. So let's go into the rankings. Alright, chat said 51% S, 34% A, 12% B, and 2% C. So A and B is clearly ahead. So where do I put them? I will give you a spoiler alert. She's going to be either in the A or S tier. So let's go again and look at our criteria. How did she rank again? She did great. Her use in combat, positionally aggressive, defensive escapability, team boost. Because of her combination of her tactical and her ult, she has amazing killing potential. She's useful in a lot of fights. She can escape and heal very quickly. She can do all these little maneuvers in the air that's going to help you take less damage. She has great survivability in those regards. She could have a little bit more in the teamwork category. But all in all, she's an enjoyable legend. She's so fun to use. And I would have to give her our bottom spot on S tier. She is definitely an S tier legend. I think that she's probably one of the best legends in the game. I think most people could pick up this legend and use her well. And all in all, I'm feeling confident about putting her in the S tier. Definitely feeling confident. Her mobility in the air is just so strong, and it cannot be understated how much you can utilize her to just drop high kill games, push people, yet still be very effective as a team in ranked scenarios at the end game. She just really has a full kit that is just very useful. So let's go into Octane now. Octane, the speed demon. He recently got a buff. Octane recently got a buff. Let's switch over to the Octane. El Diablo. These servers are cancer. I'm lagging so badly. Dude, that last guy, it felt like he kept shooting me even though, like, before he could see me. And then after I was like, okay, I have a moment that I'm safe from bullets. That was when he started hitting me. It felt a couple seconds off. But I'm just complaining. I don't want to complain. El Diablo, the magnificent and golden, 10,000 years ago. El Diablo. Why is Bloodhound in A? You'd have to go back and watch whenever we discussed Bloodhound. I'm not going to discuss why Bloodhound is in A when we take 20 minutes to 30 minutes per legend. Right now, we're going to be focusing on Octane. Octane.
I haven't found my limit.
I secretly have a crush on Octane. O tier.
Introducing your champion.
Have you said your goodbyes?
All right. Alrighty then. When we think about Octane's moves, to be honest, he's lacking something. What is he lacking? Something. Personally, I wouldn't have had his ult the way it is. I think it's set in stone at this point, having his ult what it is. I just would have had something else. Why is there 2 guys on me right now? There's like 2 crates here and I have 2 people landing on me. Is that stream sniping? How did they both get guns? They just want me dead? Like, who lands here with 2 people? Think about it. Like, do you guys land at that little thing with 2 people? Wow, contested? Like, very sus. Anyways. Very sus. It gave me the world's worst scope on that gun at the worst time.
Charging up my shield.
It's okay. Alright, so Octane's abilities are useful. His L1 provides him amazing strafe capabilities. So when we think about his combat potential, he has a lot of it. He's able to reposition quickly with his speed and get into spots in and out of flanks and fights. He's able to use this jump pad very frequently, and after its buff, it is actually formidable. I know I said I would have gave him a different one. But it is very formidable.
Charging on my... Got trouble here.
Killed an enemy.
Reloading. Oh, no. There's another squad. Reloading. Down.
Using moments like that to just quickly get that flank and that speed when they're not ready. Very good in combat scenarios.
You got 45 seconds. If you don't got Robo,
I need ammo.
Killed a hooligan.
reload. Charging shields. Come on.
That was a bit close.
Skills like that, you'd earn the Samathi
Yeah.
prize for, you know, war.
Healing up.
I don't need 5 medkits.
Charging up my shields.
I really don't even need 4 medkits because I self-heal.
Shields recharging.
Yeah. So some of the downsides of Octane is he doesn't really provide a lot for team play, especially in ranked. He doesn't really provide a lot to the team at all. He's a very selfish legend, and that is by design. If you guys have ever heard the developers talk about Octane, he's designed to be a selfish legend. He's not really designed to
Found an extended energy mag.
be that team player. He's never really going to be that team player.
Spitfire here.
So that is what it is. He heals himself, so I think that a cool ability would have been having his ult be something super powerful but takes a large amount of health. It would have went really in well with his kit, but that's not the direction they went with. They went with a very quick bounce pad, which is useful as a team to get certain positions, but it's situational. It doesn't provide as much of a team. It's very helpful for other legends versus like some. Once again, making a situational bounce pad. He's great at strafing though. Very powerful in these combat scenarios. Is it enough to outweigh his lack of team play? His survival category is kind of low. He's a very enjoyable legend to play though. He can be very easy to use. So that comes into factor too.
And I'm bored now. Jumping off here.
That was a bad jump pad. That was a really bad jump pad.
Charging up my shields. And in this corner,
All right.
weighing in at insert weight your pound.
I want to see if I can get my teammate. I didn't even realize she was there. She just came out of nowhere. Came out of nowhere. Well, that was fun. Octane's a fun legend, but where does he rank? Where does he rank? First, let's go and ask a poll. Octane. So I will put S, A, B, C, or D. Where does he rank, chat? Where does he rank? Reminding everybody of the criteria. All right. Personally, Octane's a hard one to rank. Octane might be the hardest legend to rank on this list. And the reason for it is that he can just absolutely be so fun, so powerful, but he's missing something. And it always is apparent that like he cannot be that S tier legend. He got that buff to his Octane jump pad. I've seen some people that are Octane mains that have said Octane is now an A tier legend. I've seen that a bunch recently. Personally, I disagree. I do not put Octane on the A tier. Sure, his buff recently has catapulted him up a little bit. Sure, those bounce pads are better than they once were. I agree. Is he, though, all that? Is he that powerful? Personally, I'm going to have to rate him in a B tier. This might be controversial. Some people might vote him C. Some people might be voting him D tier. Let's see what chat says. Chat says A tier so far. That's insane. I've seen a lot of people say A tier recently. Personally, though, I'm voting him B tier. And the reason that he's B tier is very simple. He just doesn't provide a full kit. When I think of an A tier legend, I think of a full kit. I feel like a legend that has ability in ranked, in pubs. But the problem is that if you're in ranked, you might get some teammates that look at you like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. Because he just doesn't provide a lot as a team. Think about it. He does nothing for a team. He doesn't provide a lot. His positional advantage, his aggressive, arguably worse than Horizon. Horizon does those better. It's very similar, kind of does it better. Pathfinder might even do it better. He's not a bad legend. He might be one of the hardest legends to rank, but at the end of the day, I just don't, you know, I don't think that he earned the A tier. He's firmly in the B tier. Congratulations, you're no longer a C tier legend. I've been voting Octane as one of the worst legends in the game for a long time. Season 7, he would have been down here. But right now, because of his buff to his Octane health and because of his buff to his jump pad, I'm giving him a B tier legend. As you guys know, I'm a Pathfinder main. I love my Pathfinder. Let's play Pathfinder next. Let's see how Pathfinder does. Let's remind everybody of the criteria. Once more. We're looking for the combat. We're looking for how he does survival, winning the game, and his usability. I think another thing about Octane that I didn't mention is that he's just a little situational. He's really good in pubs, and if there wasn't a ranked game list, he might be an A tier. But unfortunately, because of ranked, we have to take that into consideration. He's just not going to be A tier. I don't know if he ever will be. But he is a fun legend to play, and that fun legend should not keep you from not playing him. In fact, he's one of the funnest legends to play, and you should play this game to enjoy yourself, you know, at the end of the day.
This is your champion.
Pathfinder, my love. All right. The devs don't like Path. Well, I almost would have to agree with you. They do not like how Pathfinder has been so meta for so long. Pathfinder has been an S tier legend right out of the gate. He's been an S tier legend for quite a while. However, he's gotten a series of nerfs recently. His grapple isn't quite what it once was. His passive isn't even unique to him anymore. Is he still an S tier legend? Or did he lower? Let's think about it. His grapple, easily one of the best positional moves in this entire game. It's so freeing the way you're able to move with that grapple. Like literal Spider-Man swinging from ledge to ledge. Just such a strong ability. His bread and butter. So once they started touching it naturally, I was upset. They touch all of these other things, it's like whatever. But you touch his bread and butter, it almost feels like an attack. Almost feels like a personal attack. Cause I love me my Pathy.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
How is he as a team? Well, his ability to scan the survey beacons combined with his ability to get an entire team into position and have that positional with his zip lines, he does provide some to the team. Now, he could provide more to the team. He is not providing nearly as much as like a Gibby per se. But this grapple and how versatile it is and how many ways you're absolutely able to just kill and provide escapability and get out of situations, man. It is easily one of the best, if not the best ability in this entire game. My aim is off.
Here I go.
Reload.
Enemy taken down. Giving my
My aim's a little off.
recharge.
Reload. Enemy removed from the system.
Using grapple.
Pick me up.
We killed the last member. Good work, team.
Brilliant kill. Brilliant. Shields recharging.
Okay.
Watch in here.
So Pathfinder unfortunately has low profile.
I am repairing myself.
And him having low profile is actually a big deal because he has one of the biggest hitboxes in this entire game. His low profile is the most powerful low profile. It's the most impactful low profile. Out of all the legends with low profile, he's the only one that isn't a very small legend. So it doesn't seem justified. It actually is a full notch down. Combined with his grapple nerfs and the fact that it isn't as consistent and it's not as zippy as it once was. He's no longer an S tier legend in my eyes. I know that's shocking. Robo, you still play a lot of Pathfinder. Yeah. But he's no longer S tier. He fell from S tier. And he could rise back to S tier. Honestly, if you removed the low profile, which I do hear is coming, and when you're watching this video, maybe they removed low profile. Maybe he's back to S tier. And if you did remove low profile, maybe he would rise back. But I'm just not sure. How far did he low though? Did he drop to A? Did he drop to B? Hell, did he even drop to D? Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Give him 4 to 5. Low profile on him is very important too because he has big legs. And low profile makes it so that when you get shot in the leg, you take full body damage versus leg damage. And that actually makes a big difference. That actually adds up very quickly.
Incoming care package. I love loot. Enemy over there. The enemies are shooting at me.
I just got a frame drop and everything was different when I returned. What the f?
Pulling the trigger. Reload. Recharging my shields.
Giving my shields a recharge. Repairing my damages.
Need a wee rejuvenation.
Mobility in this game is very powerful. Having position is very powerful. What the? And the combination is rather important.
They went straight down.
Oh, nice. Good job.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Reload.
Repairing my damages.
Enemy removed.
So is Pathfinder an easy legend to use?
Reloading.
I wouldn't say he is.
That was the last one.
I wouldn't say he's easy to use. As you saw there, I messed up that grapple, and I've only had 1,000,000 hours of Pathfinder gameplay. And I've been a guy that thinks that he mastered the grapple and constantly has people ask him about grapple tutorials, yet I still mess that up, proving he's actually kind of hard to use. But he is one of the funnest legends to use. I got spoiled. Once you get good with Pathfinder, it's hard to play other legends because his escapability is just so much. His movement is so good. It's just so fun. That is very powerful.
Reckon we should head
It is not to be reckoned with. What up, Luca? What up, Carlos? How you doing, guys? You have a hard time using this grapple? This grapple is really good.
So watch out, there's a body nearby.
Can be tough though. I liked it better whenever it was more zippy. It used to have a lot more speed to it, and it was better You could just like bounce, man. I love how I have that bug that's like pulling my aim up. Every blue screen happens to be at the most frustrating time, man. What's up, Joblo? The most frustrating blue screens today. You are pissing off mains? Maybe don't be so sensitive while watching a tier list. What up, Matthew? Woo, blue screen. I'm on PS4. Bro, the damn blue screens. I know, my God, bro. It's like every time I'm in the middle of a fight and I'm about to shoot somebody. Why, Turnip, why? And I'm dead. So that it doesn't mean I get to be Pathfinder. Okay, cool. What up, Luca? All right, so we can go back into the ratings. All right, so where would I rate Pathy? Let's once again remind everyone of the criteria. And let's also do a poll. Pathfinder. I don't know what you guys are gonna rate him. He's a tough one to rate for a lot of you guys. C or D? I can only have 4 spots, so C and D are combined again. So, a former S tier legend of Pathfinder. He's gotten a lot of nerfs. Is he still remaining one of the best? Did the nerfs not do enough? Is he just more balanced now? Is he weak? Is he bad? Well, I will say this. For most of this game, seasons 1 through 8, most of them, he was an S tier legend. He's definitely have gotten knocked down a little bit. If he removed low profile, I think that would be enough alone to put him at the bottom of the S tier. However, he doesn't have that ability. And with his large hitbox, I can't with good faith, and how difficult he is to use, put him in S tier. Can't do it. I can't really put him in B tier either, because he has so much to do. He's always useful. His usefulness never goes away. Early game, mid game, in every fight, he's repositioning constantly. He's just so useful in so many scenarios. I can't give him a B tier. I have to give him an A tier. Now, where does he play in Snake? That's debatable. I wouldn't say at the front, somewhere near the back. Is he at the bottom of the A tier? Isn't that where we put Caustic? Bottom of the A tier? I think that's where we put Caustic. No, we didn't. We just put him vaguely A tier. Right now, I'd put Pathfinder at the bottom of A tier. Out of the current A tier of the legends that I see in it, of these ones, I'm going to give him right there. So that's where I'm going to rank him, at the bottom of the current A. Some people might disagree. Robo, you're just a Pathfinder, man. You're biased. Hey, maybe I just have more experience with Pathfinder, so I feel like I'm more accurately able to rate him than some of the other legends that I don't play as much. I feel like he's an A tier legend though still. He's hard to use though. So for everybody, he's not going to be an A tier legend. For some people, he's just not. But when I look at the criteria, he's useful all the time. He's positional, he's aggressive, defensive. He has some of the best escapability in the game. He can help his team get position. He has the scans to help you guys pick early game end game locations. He's a little difficult to use, but he's so fun. He's situational, not at all, because he's always useful. So useful in all situations. And as far as matchup considerations, he does not do well against legends like Gibby. When you put a Pathfinder and a Gibby side by side, Gibby kills Pathfinder almost every time because Gibby has fortified, because Gibby has gun shield, because low profile on Pathfinder. If you're in a 1-to-1 fight and you're about equal gun skill, if your gun skill is equal, Gibbies are just going to win. So he does have some matchup considerations to take place. So I'm going to put him at the bottom of that tier for now. I know, controversial. So let's see what chat says. Chat said A tier. Wow. Chat loves agreeing with me. Chat loves agreeing with me. Some still said S tier. Some said B. Not a lot said C or D. Guess we're in agreement there. Rampart. Wow, Rampart. Rampart. Oh man, Rampart's next. Look at that. Wow. Blowing gum. Wow. Just wow. All right. Rampart. Now, Rampart is Rampart, okay? Most people in this game would agree with me, I think, that, you know, she's not as good. Geodude says that she's better than Pathy this season, but I could not agree less. Because I put Pathy in an A tier legend. But when I think about Rampart and what she provides to our criteria, and let's remind everybody once again about our criteria. We're looking at everything. We're taking all things into consideration, not just a couple things. Combat. How is she in combat? How is the survival? So this is like pubs. This is like ranked a little bit. So we're combining them. We're going to look at all things considered. How usable is this legend? Where do we rank this legend, chat? Let's think about it. Let's think about it, chat. Let's think about it.
Sorry, beautiful.
All right, and put us in trios. That's fantastic.
Come on, let's see if we're a match.
Surprise!
Floating over there.
I'm with you, boo.
I'm with you, boo.
We do this.
All right.
Science.
So, the Rampart, where do we begin? Well, I've said it for a long time that I find her very boring. I don't like her playstyle because her playstyle is not just defensive. It's straight rat-like. It's very campy. Holding a position. She's hard to use aggressively. She's just such a defensive legend in her kit.
Right. Now this
But in a bad way, because she doesn't provide what I would call that caustic effect. Caustic can use her his defensiveness aggressively. Rampart has a struggle doing so. I've seen some good Rampart players, and if you ask maybe the gaming merchant, Rampart main, he might tell you, no, Rampart's great, one of the best. And I'm going to tell you that I fundamentally disagree. I could not rank Rampart very well. And the biggest reason for this is almost a very obvious one. And it's just simply that she has very one-dimensional playstyle. Not a lot to offer in a couple categories. You know what? I want the 30-30, even though I've been sucking with the 30-30. Alright, I'm over here doing circles, wasting my time. My teammate's down. It's all my fault.
I'm down. I got some bad guys.
Alright, I'm sorry, team. This is my fault. They're all dead. I'm probably gonna run in here and die.
tossing up some amped cover.
Trying to use them a little, cover my flanks a little bit, but the problem becomes one's that? He keeps pinging over there, but like I'm gonna die if I get him there. There's literally a guy watching that high ground. This doesn't help. You guys are not helping.
Got trouble here. This way, you can.
Oops.
Mates, Sheila. Sheila, mates. Amped cover for you, mates. 1 minute. Let me find the damage. Reloading. Tossing up some amped cover. Rings closing in 45. It's close. We can go now or kill here.
Someone else is over there.
I'm pumped. This one's free. Remember
So she does have a lot to offer in the form of those walls, though. You can use these walls like I am to kind of keep your back covered, but the problem with the walls, in my opinion, is they're not big enough. They're very small. They're very easy to get destroyed. If you're placing yourself behind the walls, you're exposing yourself in a way because, in my opinion, all you have to do is shoot through that wall now. You're like trapping yourself in a scenario that can be defeated. So, in my opinion, her positional skills are pretty bad. And not only is those positional skills bad, but because she has no aggressive skills, she's just lacking in a couple areas that are very important. That's definitely going to keep her from being an S tier legend.
All those hooligans are down for the count.
So in my opinion, I can safely remove S tier as a option. In my opinion.
I'm using a Phoenix.
She's good if you're good with her. Like I've said in the beginning of this, every legend is good, and every legend can be won with. There is no F tier legends in the game. That's why I removed F tier, because there's no trash, worthless weapon legends that is an embarrassment if you die by and a handicap to use. There's no legends like that in this game. But if there was, I think Rampart's the closest. Perhaps the closest. I just don't see her being, in her current state, a top tier legend. Her walls are just too weak. They take too long to load. Even though they got a buff, they're just... That's a long time. Can't really use that in a fight. You can kind of use it in a fight, but not instantly. Can be very easily shot. You can get a lot of them. I think that you could buff these walls a lot. I have an idea. A single tweak. Did my chat freeze or just no one said anything in 5 minutes? Oh, it did freeze. Okay. Let me pull it back up. I thought just for 5 minutes straight, no one said a word. So her ult, in my opinion, is weak. You got timed out for cussing at me and you can't swear at me and then be like, I got timed out for my opinion. No, you got timed out for being rude at me. This is my tier list, and if you don't like it, you don't have to sit here and swear at me and call me names. I'm gonna time you out just for coming by and whining about being timed out for swearing at me and calling me names. You got timed out again.
We've got a new kill leader.
Do you have aim drift? Not really, but I have a bug that like is an aim assist bug that whenever I'm looking at a guy, it keeps pulling me up. Jittery, like not like stick drift. Like I might have a little stick drift. Yeah, like I have a little stick drift. Just the smallest amount. The walls are very loud. Her turret is very weak. Her turret got a buff, but it's still very weak. I have a couple kills with her turret this season versus last season, which was, it felt almost impossible unless you're like late game camping.
Found an enemy. Close. The closer I'd be behind him.
I think though that a single change that could make her so much funner, I'm gonna talk about later, but it involves her turret. I think a simple change to this turret could up her fun a lot. Her like fun factor. And it'll keep her very similar still to what her playstyle is. It wouldn't change that much. I should have put out a wall. But the problem problem with the walls is like they take a second, and if that guy would have peeked right as I put down that wall, he would have shot the wall, it would have blown up instantly, and it would put me exposed, because it's just not good in fights. It's good before the fight. Because shields are good for getting away. I disagree. Like, if you compare it to most other legends, like, we're gonna compare it. As far as escapability goes, her walls are good if you have them preset, but that requires planning, that requires a little bit of luck, that requires pre-thought. I feel like she's just not good in a lot of scenarios. Even in ranked, where she excels most, I just don't think it's enough at times.
Shooting at me. Tossing up some amped cover. Giving my shield a recharge.
Her walls are so small. These little walls are so little cover. I find that in gameplay, when you watch Ramparts, so many of them will die trying to get behind cover. So many of them die trying to use their walls effectively because their walls are just so bad. Dog, I had the door shut and I was turned around walking away. How the hell did you get a frickin' triple take shot off? She can block off an entrance like that really well. That is something she can do. She doesn't have all bad.
Charging my shield. Give me a sec. Healing. Don't sweat it. I saved the day. Got some plonkers shooting at me.
Bro, my freaking ping is horrible. It's like every time I get cover, I get shot. Every time I get cover, I get shot. It's like a cover behind a wall, get shot. Cover behind the wall, get shot. Like, what? I don't know if you guys could see it, but that was not fun for me. All right, so where do we rank Rampart? Where do we rank her? Well, I can already tell you that some people are not going to be happy. Perhaps one of the most underrated legends in the game. S or A, B, C, D. All right. Is she an S or an A tier, B tier, C tier, or D tier? All right. Where would I vote Rampart, chat? So, with all things in consideration, when we look at our criteria, use in combat, she's out of position trying to use. She cannot really use her walls positionally because they have to require like pre-thought. This is going to be good in this positional, but in this positional, it's bad. Because you're going to have to be using cover that isn't very big, that's destroyable, and it's very easy to do so. Hiding behind her walls, it can be very often a death sentence. Just simply hiding behind her walls should be much more effective when that's her whole abilities. When her entire thing is walls and placing them and then hiding behind them and pre-thought, those walls should not be so weak. There should not be so many counters to these walls. A freaking single fuse can destroy these walls. There's so many ways to counter her. She does not have much aggression. Her defensive capabilities are good because she has those walls, but her escapability capabilities are bad. You can't really use those walls to escape unless you have like some kind of pre-thought out plan, and in most of those cases they're just not going to be as useful. She can be good in these scenarios. She has okay hitbox. Positional is good. This is her strength. She can set up walls, set up a fortress beforehand with the turret, but her turret's very weak. Teamwork, it's okay. It's middle tier in my opinion. Very middle tier teamwork. Difficulty to use. She can be very difficult to use, and because of the way you use her to get it most, I don't think she's enjoyable. In fact, I would rate her one of the least enjoyable legends out of the entire list because of the playstyle. Maybe Watson has a very similar playstyle, but at least Watson has a little more aggressive play with her fences. She's just so situational, and she loses some of the matchups. In fact, because she has so many holes and not a lot of redeeming qualities, I'm putting her in D tier. I'm putting her in D tier. Now, you might agree, you might disagree. She's probably one of the most underrated legends, and she could definitely get a buff. But as the current stands, in my opinion, she's the worst legend in the game. One of the least funnest to play. She has some redeeming qualities in ranked gameplay, but even at the top tier, everything that you can get out of her that's redeeming, you can get even more so out of Gibraltar or Caustic, especially Caustic, or even Watson, who is our next here. Let's go to Watson. Very similar to Rampart, but in my opinion, better. So let's go right into Watson. Let's see what chat said first. Chat said, okay. Chat said C tier is the winner. D tier was second, followed by B, and then some people said S and A tier. What up, D Humphreys? All right. Let's go. Okay. Watson. The Warrior Empress. Watson, Watson, Watson. If you guys have been playing the game for a while and you've been watching competitive, what's it called? The AGLS. If you've been watching the AGLS for many seasons, she was the S tier ranked player. She never really excelled as much in pubs, but as far as ranked, she was just the must-have for the longest time. Since that time, she's gotten a couple nerfs. A couple other legends have gotten some buffs. So where does she rank now? Is she still an S-tier legend? Did she lower her rank a little bit? Personally, I say yes. I would have to say, before spoiler alert, she's not an S-tier legend anymore. But where does she rank with everybody else? Let's think about it. Once again, reminding everybody of our criteria. We're going to be looking at how she does in combat, her killing potential. This is like pubs. We're going to be looking at her survival and winning potential. This is like ranked. And her usability.
I'm the jump master. I am honored.
All right.
We're jump master, Newty. Just like old times.
Why did you put Crypto in C tier? If you have any questions of why I placed any legends where I placed them, you're just going to have to go back to the stream point of where I talked about it. As we spend a long time talking about each legend. So, how does Watson fare in Apex Legends? Keep in mind, we're not all in the ALGS. In fact, I don't think any of us is in the ALGS. But we do play ranked. So how does she do? Let's grab a weapon.
He went straight down. Reload. Shields recharging.
Okay. Okay. If I just, okay, I'm just gonna, I'm not gonna apply. Whenever I answer a question, please don't just ask the same question I just answered. God, I suck with the 30-30 right now. Is there a second guy? This headset is just not as good as my old one. Okay. I got literally no usage out of Watson's abilities there, so that was such a bad game for Watson. Do we want to do another one for Watson? I barely even got into Watson there. I just landed. Yeah, let's do another one for Watson. I barely went into her. Okay. Watson is getting a rework. I've heard stuff about that. Oh yeah, duos, right. Barely went into her. What's up, Satrio? Oh my god, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, chat. Who's gonna be my Valentine? What up, Xavier? What up, Egghead?
They'll go where I tell them to go.
Science didn't sleep, and neither
What up,
did
Scroll
we.
Master?
Right, mute.
All right, let's look again. Reminding everybody that we are voting on the criteria. We're not looking at any one thing. We're looking at everything. How does Watson appear in combat, survival, usability, not just in pubs, but in ranked, not just in ranked, but in pubs? All things considered, how do we rank Watson, chat? Let's find out. In my opinion, Watson is like a Rampart, but better. She has an actual useful ultimate, which is unlike Rampart, in my opinion. Her ultimate is just butt, just cheeks. But Watson's ult can be very powerful for holding an area, especially in high tier rank. Geodude with the $10 donation. Thank you so much, Geodude. I do appreciate it, my man. Can we get some love in the chat for Geodude?
That's the first of many nights to go out.
God, I hate the L-Star. I don't know how to use it. No way am I this bad at this game. Am I really this bad? I'm so freaking bad.
The whole squad's being shut down.
I cannot believe how bad I was. Please don't talk about it or mention it to anybody. Please just bring it up to no one. Yo, Journey with Jordan with the $1.99. Thank you, Journey.
Grenade coming in.
Oh my god.
Fence in position.
I don't know how to use Watson.
Cost.
I'm not the best Watson player, I'll be honest. Not exactly my playstyle. My aim is off frickin' today, bro. My aim is bad. What the hell?
Fix me up. Shields recharging.
Healing my wounds.
Alright, so let's start looking at that criteria. So how is she in positional? Well, in a fight, she doesn't really have anything she can do positional. All of her positional powers lie before a fight. So she doesn't have much in-combat aggression either. You can't really use her offenses aggressively. At least that effectively. You can kind of get certain scenarios that you can get it, but overall, it's very defensive ability. We have... Let me pull up my criteria again. Her survivability. She's a very good rank legend. She's great at holding an area. Those fences are very powerful in the regard that they just block things, man. They just block people. They slow them down. So like if you think about what a Rampart does of holding an area, Rampart likes to hide behind a fragile shield. So you don't really do that with Watson. You kind of block and path from them to travel through. Because you're not trying to like hide behind a wall that can be broken, you're doing a lot of the same style, but much more safer, if that makes sense. My aim is so bad. Good job. I got lasered, bro. This guy's thirsty, dude. This guy screams stream sniper. He just screams it.
There it is.
He screams stream sniper, bro.
Not special.
And he just got clapped. Good try, man.
Attention.
Good try.
Has been eliminated.
So I'm not the best Watson player because I'm an aggressive player. I'm not playing her as you're supposed to be, which is very passive. So let's look at the rank charts, chat. Let's look at it. So like I said, if we were looking at the ALGS in season like 4 or 5, she'd be up here. However, time has passed. People know how to play her better. People know how to play against her better, I should say. People know how to do other things in the game. So I no longer would rank her that high. But before I go any farther into what I would rank her, let's see what chat would rank her. All right, let's see where chat would rank her. All right, I'm not gonna look at it because I have some deciding to do. So if this was only a ranked consideration, if we were only considering this, which I'd be honest, would be a bad thing to do. I'll be honest, if you only are considering this, I don't want to listen to your tier list. Your tier list is ass. Don't tell me any advice on tier lists. You got to consider more than one thing. If that was the only thing I consider, she'd be up here. She'd be in A tier. However, we're looking at more than just how is she able to hold off an area. And because she has lost a little bit of her ranked prowess, if you guys have been watching, she's definitely went down a peg in ranked. She's definitely went down a peg. In fact, she went down such a peg that I'm going to give her a B ranking. I'm going to give her near the top of B, right under Bangalore. She is a great legend choice. If it was a ranked only playlist, she would be an A. However, when you add pubs to the mix, when you add the ability to kill and the killing potential, and the enjoyability factor, and the difficulty to use, and the matchup considerations, and when you look at all of the things into consideration, I can't with good conscience call her an A legend. She just does not excel in all scenarios. She's not going to be a safe pick no matter what. She is very situational. Because of that situationalness, I can no longer give her an A tier, even though if you would have asked me a couple seasons ago, even adding pubs, I would have gave her an A. I would have gave her an A. However, currently, with the current meta, how she currently is stating, I can't go higher than a B tier. And I'll give her a top tier B tier, but, you know, at the end of the day, that's where I'm going to have to place her. If she was funner to use, if she had, if she had a little bit more escapability, perhaps, maybe I would use her. Maybe I'd rank her higher. But in my opinion, she's a B tier. High B tier. So chat says A tier. A tier at 37%, B tier at 33%, C or D at 20%, and no one said S tier anymore. Very cool. This is one of the first disagreements that we've had in a while, chat, but you know, some people agree, and at the end of the day, this is my ranking and how I rank everybody. And I don't like Watson's playstyle, so I don't play with her enough. Perhaps if I played with her more, perhaps if I liked her playstyle, then I would, you know. Don't be rude when you're on camera. No one cared about your opinion. So, at the end of the day, I don't rate her an A tier. I think that anybody that would rate her an A tier is only looking at her or her ranked and maybe looking at her through rose-colored glasses. But you know, at the end of the day, that's just my opinion. Rose-colored glasses are cool and all. Now we have Wraith. All right, let's go to Wraith, chat. Wraith, wow. What a legend. A legend that, hell, has been an S tier probably longer than anybody. A legend that has more nerfs than anybody. Did she get nerfed into a lower tier, or is she still an S tier legend? Let's find out right now with some dissecting. Forgot to leave the party, but I have to go. Okay, I'll see you later, Slim. Thank you for the games. She's had a fall off. Forgot to, okay. Wraith popularity equals higher tier. She's a very popular legend, used by very aggressive players. Automatically, if you're a Wraith main, you might be offended. How dare you not rate her S tier? But I don't think she's S tier anymore, in my opinion. She's had so many nerfs, but she's not a bad legend. Where do we rate her, though? Where do we rate her? Maybe she is S tier.
Unlike life.
No. No.
Each choice changes everything. Introducing new champion.
They say death catches up to everyone.
Alright.
Certainly try.
Yeah, I'm gonna ban Poongoon. His name is Poongoon, and he came in here. His first message was troll. So yeah. Goodbye.
They say there's nothing harsher than a long winter. Guess they never met me.
You know what I look like. Come find me. Here we go. Ready up.
All right. Wraith. Man, that L1 ability. Every player, when they first got Wraith and they first tried that L1 ability, they all saw that power going practically invincible. Why is my aim so bad today, man?
Reloading. That's the last of that squad.
I have some bad aim today.
Beginning ring countdown.
Next ring.
What?
Firing.
Introducing a new variable.
That's the last of that squad. This dimension's looking up.
Cool. You know what? I have 12 cells. Let's just pop some cells. Might take an extra second. So her abilities, they definitely allowed her to reposition, but the little bit of rework to her L1
To recharge my shields.
and that little boost and such. Dude, my ping is, it's like every time I turn and I'm safe, I get hit by extra damage.
Void jumping. They might have seen you.
It's like, okay, that guy. It's like I literally have a million ping even though it says 80. It keeps happening too. It's like this is the 5th time in the game that it's like I'm like turning a corner and it's like I'm fine and then I take damage and then I do it again and then I take damage and then I'm like, why am I taking damage? And then I literally say it out loud and then I take damage. All right, we're gonna do her again. We're gonna play her again. Man, it's like, that's so frustrating though, man. That's so frustrating. Have you won any games? Yeah. All right, so going back to the criteria. Is she difficult to use? Not really. She has a lot of abilities that in ranked, if you know how to use them well, can be super powerful. Those teleports are always going to be useful. Her going into the void is just really adds a lot of escapability. So when we look at the criteria, she excels at positional. She excels at the aggressive category. She doesn't really have as much defensive capabilities, but you could kind of argue that her teleport has some defensive capabilities. It doesn't really matter though, because her escapability is off the charts, literally going invincible and moving faster once you go into that ability. She has the teleports that allow that good little team in a fight and positionally outside of the fights. Her hitbox is small, but she does have low profile, so it's balanced in that regard. She's a very enjoyable legend, and she can be used in a lot of situations. So automatically, she's checking a lot of the boxes. A very well-rounded player here. Useful in pubs and in ranked. As you guys know, she's had one of the highest win rates for the longest time. It's not just because she's good. It's because her play style promotes good players to want to play her. That's something that Apex Legends doesn't quite understand. That when you have a legend like this, they're going to have a higher play rate and a higher win rate. And if they don't, then that means their legend is bad. If they didn't have that. And the reason is very clear. It's that the best players are going to want to be that legend. You don't have to be a rocket science to understand when the best players play a legend, that legend's going to win more. Obviously. So the way they justify all the Wraith nerfs, in my opinion, is just silly. It's just silly, okay? It's just silly.
The champion has been eliminated.
She did not need all these nerfs. However, she has been an S tier legend. And as I said in the beginning, an S tier legend is a legend that, well, probably gonna get a nerf.
Enemy real close. About time we got ourselves a fight.
Oh my god, if I pick up the wrong thing one more time.
Taking fire. Reloading. Grenade.
I'm bad today, dude. What is the frickin' aim on my guns today?
Arcstar.
I cannot aim or shit today.
Reloading.
Reloading. Enemy down.
Sorry. Enemies right here.
Give me fire. Another squad's attacking. Focus. Phasing. Recharging my shield. Hostile close. Hostile close.
I think they got my res. Oh, no.
Reloading.
I pressed L1. I pressed L1. I don't know why it didn't do it. Maybe it was like, I don't know. Does it not work when you're sliding? Like if you're sliding and you press L1, does it not work? I haven't played Wraith in a minute. Why did I not go into the void? All I did was slide. Does a slide not work? Now I'm confused. I don't know if it didn't like register that I pressed L1 or if it didn't work because I was sliding. All right, so F tier, F tier. We're gonna have to add an F tier because she's clearly F tier. Because I died. Clearly dying means she's F tier. Just kidding, chat. Oh my god, I'm just kidding. She checked all these boxes, remember? All right, let's see what chat says. Let's see what chat says. Wraith. S-A. B. C. O. D. I know it takes time to go into the voids. It didn't work when I pressed L1. Nothing happened. I would have went into the void. I didn't. I just don't know what I did wrong. I swear I pressed L1 only doing a slide, but it didn't work. Either it didn't register or the slide deserves, you know, it. I don't think Rampart deserves D tier. I think she does, and this is why we have different opinions. Maybe you'd want to rank Loba D tier, or maybe you'd say no one's D tier. Everybody's a good legend. What if they get hurt feelings, chat? What if we hurt the legend's feelings? What's up, Bill? All right, so where would I vote Wraith? So as you guys know, we've already discussed it a little bit. She checks off all the criteria, but she had a lot of nerfs to her hitbox, to her just everything over and over again, constantly. So she did fall from S tier to A tier. But where in A tier is she? Personally, I'm going to place her right there, near the top. I'm going to put her near the top of A tier. And this is why. She just has so much to offer. She's such a safe pick. She's such a good legend. Everybody here in the A tier is going to be a good legend, no matter what. Ideally, every legend is here in the A tier. Ideally. Currently, a lot of legends in the A tier. A lot of legends in the B tier, too. I would even argue that maybe you could up these two into the bottom of A tier, but it's just so close. Just so close. So we're down to one legend left, chat. One legend left. Revenant. Revenant, chat. Revenant. So let's pull up our criteria. Let's... No, what did I just do? Okay. Pull up our criteria. Chat agrees and put her in A tier. A lot of people said S tier as well. I never even see you play Bangalore Gunsmoke. How is Wraith so... I mean, Bangalore is so good, but you don't play him. How you doing, Jackson? All right, chat. This guy's name is Turd Alert. All right, how does my boy Revenant compare? So let's think of his different categories. So let's look. In combat, how does he do? Well, he doesn't have a ton of moves positionally or have a lot of escapability in his set. He does have a speed boost when crouched, but you can't really use it to escape or reposition in a fight, so he doesn't really have that. He does have a very aggressive ult, though. His ult
sometimes you lose.
Basically is like one of the most aggressive moves in the game. It allows him a free shot to go up there and attack somebody. And that's a very strong thing about Revenant. It is one of his most redeeming factors and qualities. Definitely one of his strengths. If you're going to win as Revenant, you're gonna have some good rev pushes. It's just a matter of fact. Just a matter of fact. His L1 ability is very good for countering other legends, and can be very defensive. Although, it doesn't seem like the world's strongest. We're overpowered. Come on, that was perfect. I'm just not... My aim sucks today. He's gonna let me res first. No, he's gonna wait because he's a dick. Alright, let's try again. His ult gives him check note, gets him into S tier. Did you ever get that headset fixed? No, that headset's broken. I'm using a borrowed one that's kind of just basic. It's like, what is this? I actually think this is the A10, an Astro A10. It's not that bad, but it just is uncomfortable. It's not that great. I want to get like an A50, but this isn't super comfortable. All right, let's try again. This might be the last game because this is the last legend. All right, continuing on. Did you just say Rev can escape with his tack? No. You can kind of use it in certain scenarios, but he doesn't have a lot of escapability, and that's what I said. He does not have a lot of escapability with his tack. You can kind of use it to block off areas, but a good player that knows you're hurt is going to run right through you. I meant Geo, Robo.
Okay,
oh.
I do lie, but not this
well, you
time.
didn't at Geodude, so I didn't know. When you don't at the person you're talking to, I assume it's to me.
Introducing your champion.
All right. Now see the list. Yep. We're ranking everybody right now based on all considerations, not just one thing. So pubs ranked, combat, survival, usability. We're ranking every legend in the game. How good are they, truly? According to RoboHobo. We started with Bangalore. Bangalore, like, I know that you're a big Bangalore main, and she almost made it to A tier, and I think that she was the closest from being rised from one tier to the other. However, because of her just like lack of buffs over the years and how everyone's kind of been playing her, it's hard to give her an A tier. But let's talk about Revenant. Revenant is honestly just such a unique legend in the sense that he provides a lot of counterability. That's a very situational thing though. You're not gonna always be able to utilize that. So that is a little bit of a negative, that you can't utilize it a lot. I'm gonna drop this since I can't freaking use it today. Bang is unstoppable. I just don't think that you watch enough meta. I'm not here to argue about my rankings. I'm here to rank people. If you don't like them, I don't care. This is my tier list, not yours. Ooh. We're talking about Revenant, guys? So Revenant. Why is everybody talking about other legends? No one cares about Revenant, apparently. Legends are just, okay, Revenant, no one cares. Let's move on. All right. So let's look at the criteria once more. So combat. I feel like he just doesn't have a lot of like combat potential in the ways. He has that ult, which is amazing. That Rev ult, amazing a move. But is it enough? Is it enough to justify clicking him as a legend? I'm not sure. Not sure. Bro, it's like every time I shoot at a guy. It's like every time I turn a corner too.
Guess I'm running out of ideas. We're down to 50%.
Damn it.
That's a pretty easy math.
Well, the last game is gonna suck. What an anticlimactic last game. His Laura is S tier.
Oh, that looked like it hurt. But what a rush, am I right?
We're gonna do one more game. But first, let's just rank Revenant. Let's just rank Revenant. Let's do it. Let's do it. First things first. Pull. Rev. Can't spell. Let's just do that. Rev. S-A. B, C, or D. He's on S tier, so I shouldn't have done that. I should have done A, B, C, or D, or A and S. But maybe this will just win. All right, I'm not going to look at it though. I'm going to rate on my own. So, how do I rate Revenant? Well, we've already discussed why he can't be an S tier legend. He doesn't provide enough. When we look at the criteria, well, he has this really down, but he can only do it occasionally with his ultimate. In some scenarios, it's going to be super powerful with that ultimate, but his tack, it's so defensive. He has a little bit of aggressive and defensive at the same time. He doesn't have the most escapability. He's not bad in this combat section. He definitely does well. He doesn't do as good here. Doesn't really provide a lot for the team other than those rev pushes. Maybe defending in the fight, you can argue that it has more teamwork. Is he hard to use? Not exactly. Is he fun to use though? It's okay. He's just so middling. Everything that he does, he's just so middling. Middle. So where do I place him, chat? Why is it at the bottom? Why is it doing this? Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. So where do I place him, chat? Well, he's so middling that I'm going to place him in the middle of C tier. Now, I'm standing by that. He could be a B tier legend in the right hands, but you know, all in all, I just feel like he lacks enough. Everything that you can get out of Revenant, you know, it's just so middling. Sure, he can disable abilities for a little bit, but like at the end of the day, I just don't see him to be so useful. He struggles in ranked. He struggles at a team. He has holes in his gameplay. He's good at a couple things. C tier is not like worthless. And as you notice, we don't have any F tier legends. I removed F tier because there is no worthless legends in the game. F tier would be worthless legends, embarrassment to play. There's just none of those. Currently, this is my tier list. How does chat rate him? Chat rated him in the B section. Very interesting. So middling, chat thought. So middling. So based on his situationalness and everything I said, we're going to put him in C. C did not win. And not as many people agree. People actually rated him much higher than I rated him. But, you know, we agree and disagree. All right. So let's look again at our list. At the top, we have Gibraltar and Horizon. Gibraltar and Horizon are just two of the best legends in the game. Just so versatile, so powerful. Just doesn't even matter who the other legends are. If you select Gibraltar or you select Horizon, your team is going to be better. Horizon and a Gibraltar in the same team is a very scary team. At the end of the day, I expect nerfs on both of these legends. Anybody in the S tier is probably going to get a nerf because Apex Legends doesn't want any legends to be clearly better. They want everybody to be an A tier. And if everybody was an A tier, the game would be perfectly balanced. So moving on to A tier, leading the pack, we have Bloodhound. And we even have Wraith up there. So Bloodhound and Wraith are definitely some of the best legends in the game. Leading at the A tier, perfectly balanced at the moment. Everybody in A tier is really well balanced. Low profile we moved on Pathfinder. Would either put him at the top of A tier or at the bottom of S tier. But with low profile, I have him at the bottom of A tier. Lifeline is a great legend with that OP healing. She doesn't provide as much versatility as all the other legends, but her overpoweredness on those revives until it gets reworked, she's just so powerful right now. Caustic's defensive abilities, his annoyingness in ranked, his aggressive capabilities in pubs. He's truly an underrated legend and probably one of the most underrated legends in this game. Pathfinder, as you know, my bread and butter, but has a lot of downsides recently with the nerfs. Bangalore hasn't had any. Probably the most balanced legend in this entire game has been Bangalore. Bangalore has been so balanced for so long. So little changes has happened to Bangalore. No, not a lot of nerfs or buffs. Simply, like I said in the beginning of the stream, putting Bangalore back to where she was when she first launched in the game with a little bit faster double time for her passive, she'd go right back up to A tier. And I could see an argument made for Bangalore being an A tier. She is at the very tippity top of the B tier, followed closely by Watson. Watson, much more of a ranked character. When you combined all aspects of her style, she kind of gets a little bit deranked. But if you're playing ranked, she might be an A tier legend for you. If you know how to get use out of her, if you know a good Watson, if you're defensive, if you're patient, very powerful legend. Just has a couple holes that keep her from A tier. Octane, just not enough teamwork. Just such an aggressive legend. Very fun to use. That fun factor is the same thing that brought Mirage and him right up there, the middle of C. Fuse, the bottom of the B tier. Honestly, he's so close from being a C tier legend that it's embarrassing for Fuse. He's just in general, he lacks a couple things. He has some strengths. He's a very ranged, aggressive legend. If you use him how he is kind of designed to play, you can have a lot of success with Fuse. You can have a lot of high kill games. However, at the end of the day, I have to put him at the bottom of B. Crypto here is at the top of C. Crypto, as we discussed, the big problem with him is that his drone just takes too much. It just takes you out of the fight. It's too positional. Everything that he does, Bloodhound does better. If you're going to choose a legend between Crypto and Bloodhound, I don't have a lot of arguments for Crypto that like you should pick Crypto over this Bloodhound. Maybe that res drone if we're in ranked and we feel like we're going to die every time. But maybe I would say pick a legend comp that has more competence, that you're not going to all die. Go get that last minute res to get some skeeving RP points at the end of the game. I don't feel like that means just because you can skeeve for some extra RP with that last game res. I just don't see it. Revenant, a little middling, just a little underwhelming. Could be a lot better. Removing low profile was huge. When he first launched, he was definitely a D tier legend. So he has raised from his launch day. He might definitely make it into the B tier or A tier soon. I feel like just a little bit of love on Revenant's part could work. Loba, as you guys know, the thing that's keeping her down is she's more of like a one-trick pony. She's the king of looting. She's so powerful at looting. But if you're a team that knows how to get by without a million bullets, without spending, with spending a little extra time looting, you can definitely make it do without her. She's kind of lax. If her tack was stronger, she could skyrocket to the S tier. But her tack being the way it is now, she's just high risk, high reward. That risk factor to Loba puts her at the bottom of C. And then Rampart is a D, perhaps the most underrated legend in the game, because she's at the bottom. Everybody at the bottom should be underrated. In general, her downsides just far outweigh her good. Her enjoyability factor combined with how easy it is to get by her walls, the fact that her walls are her bread and butter, yet they're just not that good and can be used against her. I just don't see her being an S tier legend or a top tier legend anytime soon. They need a lot of reworks. So that is the completion of my tier list. I'm going to spend a second now and we're going to fix the game. We're going to fix all the legends, chat. We're going to fix them all. We're going to fix them all. Everybody's going to go into A tier now. How do we do it, chat? How do we do it? Well, we removed Fortified from Gibraltar. We put it inside of his dome. That would put him in a very balanced state. He would be a solid A tier, if not bubbling into the S. But removing Fortified from Gibraltar, in my opinion, is a must. He's just the best legend in the game. There is no reason for it. And like I said, taking his Fortified and putting it in his dome allows him to have that element that it's not going to feel missing anymore. Horizon's still just so strong. So the S tier movement, that movement just keeping her above all of her peers. Bloodhound up there with just a complete package. So how would we nerf Horizon? I wouldn't do much to her. I wouldn't do much. If anything, all I would do is maybe, and honestly, I don't think it needs it much. I wouldn't touch attack again, but maybe increase the duration a little bit on her ult, make it a little less frequent, or leave her as is. At the end of the day, it's okay. She's just going to be one of the best legends in the game, though, if you do that. But she's not too far off of A tier. Everybody here is perfect almost. Bloodhound is so balanced. Don't touch Wraith anymore, please. I would change Lifeline. How I change Lifeline? I would remove her passive ability to only have it if she has a drone, a heal drone, and it uses the heal drone to revive. Then I would buff that heal drone like crazy. Make it so that heal drone's range is 5x and only applies to teammates. Makes it so that you get it twice as fast, if not faster, to especially make up for the fact that you're going to be using them for your reses. And that simple change would make her much more fun to play against and balanced. She's just such a frustrating legend to go against and can be a lot of very demoralizing in ranked whenever you kill a bunch of guys, but then you can't get the RP because they just keep getting rezzed. Caustic is in a great state. Don't touch Caustic. Honestly, don't touch Pathfinder other than the fact that they're probably going to remove low profile soon. That would catapult him to like near the front of A tier, and I think that it's deserved. He deserves to do it. Bangalore, I think you need to add double time, that 10% back to her double time. Don't touch anything about her. She is from day one, probably, I don't know if they thought about her kit more than the other legends, but ever since day one, she has had such a perfect kit. She's just so good in all scenarios. I want her to be an A tier legend again. I feel like the only thing keeping her out of A tier is that fact that some of the other matchups and the other legends are just slightly better. But you could make an argument for her to be A tier. Easy at the bottom of A tier maybe. But if you gave her that small just buff again to that double time, easy A tier. Watson, the problem with Watson is that she's just such a ranked legend that whenever you put her in a list like this, it's going to be hard for her to be an A tier. But I think that just changing how her interceptor pylon to go back to the more original state of the interceptor pylon before the nerfs would put her back into that A tier. I think that putting her ult back to that is kind of important for her. And I think it's needed, and that'd put her back into the A tier. I don't think Octane's deserves to be an A tier ever. But if you were, I would rework his ult to be something that does something very powerful at the cost of a lot of life. I don't exactly know what it was. Maybe a few things come to mind, but at the end of the day, you can leave Octane the way he is. He doesn't need to be an A tier legend because he's designed to be just that fast, fun, solo queue kind of guy. More of that pub stomp kind of guy. That fast run through the lobby kind of guy. Fun to use. Mirage, another fun legend to use. Just really enjoyable. Ever since that footstep buff, it definitely upped him to the B tier because you can definitely use that footstep audio to kind of confuse people. He has great escapability, a lot of fun. He is lacking in a couple areas, but all in all, he makes up for it for an amazing personality, you know, still B tier. A way that you could put him in A tier, a way that you could buff him. I don't know if you'd want to do this. It'd probably be really annoying. Just incorporating his invisibility a little bit more or making it a little bit more powerful during his ult. But at the end of the day, that would cause him to be more annoying. And I don't know if the annoyingness factor is worth putting him in A tier because without reworking his abilities, I think that him and Octane are just perma stuck in B. Fuse. Well, I would do to Fuse is first I would absolutely buff his ultimate. His ultimate needs a lot of work. I would do a lot to his ultimate. I'd make it stronger. I'd make the area inside the circle somehow be affected. Like maybe the fire starts to shrink inwards a little bit, something like that, maybe. I don't know how that would work, but something along the lines of incorporating the middle of that circle to be a little stronger. Because it's just, whenever you use that ult, it can go against you sometimes. It's just not as strong as it looks. He lacks in escapability. He's great at ranged, but if you could up his close range just a little bit, he could definitely make it to that A tier. His just lack of escapability and movement and having to playing at range just kind of limits him just a little bit. Crypto, a thing that you could do to Crypto that would be very powerful is just simply have a passive option on his drone. Make it so that his drone can follow him around and make it so it's not as loud. It's so loud. You can hear it from so far away. If you made it quieter and you made it so that you can make it passively follow you, maybe increase the range a little bit, those are all changes that will make him, like I said, fix his biggest problem of being out of the fight, bad positional. For a legend that is supposed to excel in surveillance, but being bad at positional is just a bad combo. Fixing that would definitely put him in the A tier up here with, you know, Bloodhound and really just help him so much. Just to have that factor. Revenant, maybe buff his L1 ability a little more. His tack and maybe his climbing ability. If you up his climbing ability a lot, make his tack a little stronger, make it do some more damage. It doesn't need to like silence them longer. Make it just do maybe double the damage. And I feel like that would be enough to give him an A tier. Loba could go straight to S tier if you buffed her tack enough. Her tack is just a little underwhelming. You could straight buff her up to S tier. All you have to do is up the animation, the speed throwing it, the speed that it travels through the air, and then that animation at the end to pull out your gun. You speed all that up. Easy A tier. Has a perfect kit. It's just like, it's too perfect on paper, so they're afraid to have the variables too high. And then we have Rampart. How do we buff Rampart? Well, I'd say we completely rework the walls. The walls should have a lot more damage. The wall should be an entire front side force field, not half a force field. It should be an entire force field. Or if you're going to have that force field, make it so that when you shoot the force field from the other side, it does 0 damage onto the shield. Why can you shoot the shield part enough times to blow a hole in it and then start shooting the Rampart? That literally ruins the walls. And the fact that you could just blow it up and they're small and you have to work around them and they can be defeated very easily by simply shooting them. Very bad. They just need to up those walls a lot more. They've been doing a little bit to it. And then another change that you could make to Rampart, which would literally put her in S tier. Make that turret auto. Make it so that you can have it so it has a short range and that it goes sentry turret mode, and have it bad accuracy so that it just starts firing up. It winds up, it just starts firing at people. And it has bad accuracy, so it can just peck damage at them, kinda, and it holds off areas. That would have her have so much area positioning with her walls, putting up a turret. It would provide her so much, but maybe that's too powerful. Maybe that would make her overpowered, but hey, it'd make her fun, and I would be down for it, absolutely. Be absolutely down. So now that I fixed Apex Legends, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Show us your tier list on !Discord. What do you guys think? This is opinion. Yeah, I'm sharing my opinions. That's why I'm asking you guys your opinions. This is where you share yours. I agree with everything except Lifeline and Octane. Both should be 1 tier up in your opinion. Okay. Very fair. You think Lifeline should be S tier, and then you think Octane should be A tier. I would say that like she can't really be S tier because she just has one overpowered move. It keeps her from being a well-rounded player in my opinion, but that's fair. I can understand why you would think that overpoweredness should put her in S. Octane did get that buff, so I could see it. I could definitely see it. Rev has been snubbed. I mean, maybe. Thank you, High Stage. I appreciate that. Yo, thank you so much, dude. That's about it for my tier list today, chat. I hope you guys did enjoy. At the end of the day, this is my tier list, and you guys don't have to agree, but I think that this is pretty good for Season 8. In my opinion, with all things considered, when you take into consideration of our criteria, that we're really considering all things. We're really considering everything. That is my setup. That's what I think. If you guys did enjoy the stream, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe. The stream went a bit longer than I thought it would. Took us a lot longer to read this and do all this. I don't have any notes or anything. By read this, I mean just like do this. Kind of just winging it off the top of my head. Hope you guys enjoyed. I did record it all. If it was a good video, let me know and we will make a video out of it. See that? I just stopped the recording. We might make a video out of that. We'll see. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys enjoyed today's live stream. I want to do more stuff like this, just content days. Saturdays are usually down a little bit, so I think I might start using Saturdays to make content, because if I'm having a little bit of a lower viewership that day, then I should probably focus on content that day. So I want to do more stuff like this every Saturday. Hope you guys did enjoy it. If you guys haven't already, don't forget to drop a like, subscribe. I'm going to leave the VOD up for all you guys to watch. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. I might be live tomorrow. If I am, it might be something random. Might be at the end of the day. Might be an afternoon stream. I don't know yet. I'm just going to leave it as a whatever I want to do. We'll see when I want to do it. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Here is some in-stream reward coins. So make sure you show some love. Put some hearts in the chat so you make sure you get these coins. Thank you so freaking much for being here, everybody. I hope you guys did enjoy. Hope you guys go on to have a fantastic day. Hope you guys all go on to feed your cats. Lots of love and food. You have a good one, everybody. Good one, Danny. Have a good one, Resistance, Technofreak Olivia. It's Nuggies, Low Maintenance, Sneaky Ninja, Improlizu, Datboy Sus, Journey with Jordan, Resistance, Olivia, James, FMC, guys, Jamal, Rogue. Everybody, thank you so much, guys. I definitely appreciate it. Hope to see you tomorrow if I'm live. If not, I really hope to see you guys all Monday. See you then. Take care. Peace out.